jQuery is a standalone JavaScript library that adds further features and functionality to the built-in objects that JavaScript by itself already offers. jQuery is essentially JavaScript, although it makes it very simple and convenient for developers to alter the document object model. It does not add anything to the JavaScript language itself. Simply said, the jQuery API and ecosystem allows us to do more with less manually written code. This boosts developer output and produces more tested, stable code. We are not the only ones who use jQuery. Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. Today, we'll be taking you through the jQuery projects to work on in 2022. This video tutorial will cover everything you need to know and understand about one of the most popular JavaScript library, jQuery. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple programming videos. So if you are a programmer and want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. The three projects we'll cover in this video are based on creating a calculator app, a to-do list, and finally, a fully functional movie website with the help of HTML, CSS, and jQuery. These projects will give you an idea to create beautiful and interactive web pages using jQuery. So let's start with our first project. Over to our training expert.
The calculator app is a simple program to work on. We have done such a task using pure JavaScript in the past, and we already have an idea about how this thing works. The task is simple. We have to create an app where we can perform several arithmetical operations without a problem. So we'll divide this program into three different parts. In the first part, we'll create the structure of this calculator app using HTML. Then we'll style this app using CSS. And then finally we'll add functionality using jQuery this time. As simple as that. Let's start with the programming part directly. We'll start with HTML by creating the structure of our app. So we have several buttons in our calculator app, as we know. We have numbers, we have operations, we have many more other buttons in a calculator app. So let's add them here now. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. So for now, let's remove this calculator using jQuery heading. Now we'll use div tag over here. So we'll write here div. So we are going to use a class. So let's say the class name is calculator. Fine. Now inside this div tag, we have to create our calculator, right? So for that, the first thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a paragraph. So we'll write here inside this paragraph jQuery calculator. So this is going to be the heading of our calculator, or we can use any image here as well if you want to put any logo of your own in your calculator. So you can do that. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to take another div. Now inside this we are going to write the program for the display area of our calculator. So what we'll do right here is we'll write here class, and let's say we are writing here class row. Fine. So this is our class name. Now inside this div we'll write div. Class is going to be, let's say, screen, and then we'll write here numbers. So let's say we are writing here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Fine. Now we are done with this. Save this, and here you can see we have one heading over here which says jQuery calculator, and we have 10 different digits, right? Now the next task we are going to do here is we are going to create the area for a buttons. So we are again going to take a div tag for that. We are going to write here div. Class is going to be the same. So let's say the class is going to be calc row. Fine. So we'll change the name here as well. We'll write here calc row. And now after this div tag, we have to use several div tags inside one div tag, right? So we'll write here div. Class is going to be, let's say, button. And then we have our first button as, let's say, C. Fine. We have to do this again. We have to add so many buttons. So we'll write here div. Then class is going to be button again for this button as well. And the button name is going to be this. Fine. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here div. class name is going to be button again, and we are going to write here. So let's change this class. We are going to put a backspace as well. So we'll write here backspace, button backspace basically. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the name of our button over here. So let's say the name of our button is back for backspace. Now the next thing we'll do here is we'll use one more class. We'll use one more div tag. So this time we are going to use this one for plus minus. So we'll see the functionality of these buttons later on. For now, just focus on the structure of this calculator. So we are going to write here div, and class is going to be button plus minus. Fine. Then we'll make a symbol for plus and minus. So we'll write here plus and minus. Fine. We have closed this div tag, and the another div tag is also closed. Fine. Let me zoom this out. Let me zoom Visual Studio Code a bit so that it will be easy for you guys to understand for now. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to add another button over here. So first for that we have to write here div. So let's say we have a button over here as %. Fine. So we'll write here class is going to be button, and the name of this button is going to be %. Fine. So let me break it down a bit so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. So here's the code. We have these three div tags inside the single div tag. This is because what we are doing here is we are adding a buttons over here. So this is the first row wherein we'll have 4 different buttons, or we can say 5 different buttons. We have a C button, then we have CE, back, plus minus, and a percentage button. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll copy this whole piece of code from here. We'll do the same for all the rows. Fine. So we'll paste it here. Now we have to change the button names. So instead of C, what we'll do here in the second row, we'll write here 7. Then we have 8 after CE. So we'll write here 8. Then instead of backspace, we'll write here 9. And we'll change the class name to button only. Fine. We'll change this as well. Instead of plus minus, we'll write here divide. So we have a divide symbol over here, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here square root in place of remainder. So for now we'll write here sqrt. So I hope you guys understood this. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to copy this from here and we are going to paste it again here. Fine. So let's change the name of this class as well. So let's say the name of this class is button device for division. So we'll do the same thing for all the arithmetical operators. So the next row is going to contain 5. Then we have 6. Okay, we have to start this row from 4. Then we have 5. Then we have 6. And the two arithmetic operators are going to be multiply and 1 by x. Fine, so we'll write here asterisk. And instead of this, we'll write here 1 by x. Fine. So we'll change this class to button inverse so that it will be easy for you guys to identify all these buttons. That's why we are doing it. And instead of asterisk, we'll write here button multiply. Fine. So this is going to be the class name for multiplication. I hope you guys got this. Now we have to include 2 more rows. Fine. The next row is going to contain, so first we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and the next row is going to contain 1, 2, 3. Then we have 2 operators. So the 2 operators are going to be pi and let's say minus. Okay, so we have to write here minus and we have to change the class to button minus and we have to write here pi. Fine. So we'll change this class to button pi. And we are done with 4 rows. Now we have to include one more row. So this row is going to contain only 4 buttons. So we'll paste it here. We have to remove, so we have to insert 0 first. So let's say the class for 0 is button 0, and the class for decimal is going to be button decimal. So the next thing we have to include here is decimal. We'll write here button decimal, and the third one is going to be plus and equals to. Fine. So we don't need this div tag here. We'll remove it from here and we'll write here plus. So we'll write here button P for plus. And okay, so what we can do is we can write here button add for plus, and the last one is going to be equals to. So we'll write here button equal. Fine. So we are done with the HTML part. We are done with the structure basically. Let me reduce the size of VS Code. Now save this program, and you can see we have all the buttons over here. We have C, CE, back, and so on. So you can see we have all the numbers, we have all the symbols, and we have some other symbols as well. We have pi over here, we have 1/x, we have square root, and a lot more things, right? Now what we have to do is we have to style these buttons. So for styling, let's move on to the CSS file now, and we'll start styling our calculator there only. So here we are in the CSS file. Let's start styling. What we'll do is we'll start with the whole body tag first. What we'll do is we'll write here body, and the body color is going to be something different, or we can say something other than white, right? So we'll write here background color. Now we'll put some RGB values. We have some predefined RGB values with us, so we'll use them for now. You guys can use any color of your choice. So we'll write here 236, 232, 175. Fine. So this is the RGB value for this particular color. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here margin top. Margin top is going to be 150 pixels in order to bring the calculator at the center of the browser. Fine. Save the program, and you can see the change in the background color. So the next thing we have to do is to add the name of our calculator. For that, what we'll do is we'll style a p tag. So you can see it over here inside the HTML file. We have to style this p tag over here. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this p. We are going to style the whole tag. We'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 for this one. Then we have font family as well. So we'll write here font family. We'll use this one. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here font weight. Font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have position. Position is going to be relative for this. Then we have left. So left is going to be, let's say, 35%. Fine, we want it to be at the center of a calculator app. So that's why we are using 35% over here. Save it now. And you can see we have the jQuery calculator heading present at the center of the screen. So we'll achieve the whole calculator step by step. We don't need to hurry in this. The next thing we have to do is to create the body of this calculator. Now for that, what we have to do is we have to use the calculator class. So if we move back to our HTML file, you can see the class name is calculator for the parent div tag. We are going to use this. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot calculator. This is how we can access any particular class in CSS or in jQuery as well. Now we are going to write here position. Position is going to be relative. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 1em auto. Fine. The next thing is going to be padding. Padding is going to be 1em and auto as well. Okay, so instead of auto, what we can do is we can write here 0 for padding. We don't want any automatic padding in a program. So the display is going to be inline block. The width is going to be, let's say, 350 pixels. Fine. For the whole calculator body, the width is going to be 350 pixels. Now the background color is going to be grayish. Fine. Border radius we have to mention here. Border radius is going to be 25 pixels. Okay, 25 pixels we have to write here. And the box shadow. Box shadow will also define. We'll write here 5 pixel, 5 pixel, 15 pixel, and then we'll write 3 pixel. So the box shadow is for all the 4 sides of the box. Then we'll mention the color as well. So let's say the shadow color is going to be black. Fine. Now we'll write here font family. Font family is going to be oxygen. So we'll write here oxygen, and that's it. So save the program. And you can see we have the whole outer body of our calculator. Now that we are done with the outer body of our calculator, we'll move on and we'll work on the buttons and rows now. So you can see we have the calculator over here. It's not present in between for now. We'll discuss it why it's not working fine. So we have done a mistake over here. Let me check. We have to write here. Let's try block inline. Save it now, and you can see the calculator body is now present at the center of our browser. Fine. So that's why it was not working. Now it's working totally fine. We have the calculator at the center of our browser. Now let's work on the buttons and rows as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot calc_row. So this is another class name. You can see it over here. We have the class name for screen. Now what we'll do is we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. Save the program. And you can see we have the text aligned at the center. The next thing to work on is the display area. For that we have the class as screen inside the calc_row class. So let's write the code over here for the same. What we'll do is we'll access the screen. So we'll write here dot calc_row. Then we'll write here div dot screen. Fine. Now the font family is going to be Droid Sans Mono, and the display is going to be table. The next thing we are going to write here is the width. So width is going to be 85%. Following it, we'll define the background color as well. So we'll write here background color, and the background color is going to be white. Fine. Not pure white, it's sort of gray, I guess. Now we'll write here text align to the right. We are writing the code for the screen. Fine, guys. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 2M. And the min height. So the min height is going to be 1.2M. Then we have margin left. It's going to be 0.5M. Padding right. Fine. Padding right is going to be 0.5M again. The next thing is going to be border. So the border of a screen is going to be of different color. So we'll write here border. And the border is going to be 1 pixel solid and of different color. So the color code is 888 for this particular color. And then we'll write here color. Color is going to be this one. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see here on the browser that the display area is changed now. You can see it over here. This is the display area of a calculator app. The color is changed and the styling is also changed. So we are done with the display area. Now we'll work on buttons. So let's move on and we'll write the code for buttons. For that we have to write here dot calc_row div. The first property is going to be text align. Text align is going to be at the center. Display is going to be inline block. Font weight is going to be bold. Then we have border. Border is going to be 1 pixel solid and of grayish color. Fine. Then we have the background color. Background color is going to be this off-white color, we can say. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 10 pixel and 0. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 7 pixels and 5 pixels. Fine. We have the border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius for the buttons is going to be 15 pixel. Box shadow we have to mention. Box shadow is going to be 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 1 pixel and 1 pixel. The color of box shadow is going to be dark gray. Then we have width. So width is going to be 50 pixel for each button. Save the program and you can see we are almost done with the app now. The calculator looks nice, right? The last thing we have to manage are the buttons present in the last row. We are talking about these 4 buttons over here. So we have to manage them. What we'll do is we'll increase the size of this equals to button. Fine. Then it will look completely nice. So what we'll do here is we'll write here dot calc row. Then we'll write here div dot equal. We'll access the div tag with class as equal and we'll write here width for this is going to be 112 pixel. Fine. Then we'll again do the same thing. We'll write here calc row div dot equal and the margin left. Fine. So we'll write here margin left and the margin left is going to be 5 pixels. Save the program and you can see the calculator is completely done now. What we did here is we increased the size of a equals to button and we are good to go now, right? Now that we are done with the structure and styling of a calculator app, the last remaining part here is the functionality of a calculator. We'll use jQuery for adding functionality to our calculator. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll write the code there for adding functionality. So here we are in the JavaScript file. We'll start writing our code. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dollar. We are going to write here document dot ready. Then we'll write inside it function. And now we are good to write a code. So firstly we'll take some variables. So we'll write here var result. This will hold the result. This variable is going to be 0 initially. Then we have var previous entry. So we'll write here var prev entry. This is again going to be 0. We are initializing these variables with some values. The next variable is going to be operation. The value is going to be null at the start. Then we have var current entry. So this is going to be a string. We'll write here 0. And finally we'll write here update screen. This is going to be a function. So we'll write here result. That's it. So these are all the variables and functions we are going to use in a JavaScript part, or we can say the jQuery part. Now we have to add some events. For that we'll write here dollar. Then we'll access the class. So we'll write here dot button. Then we'll write here on click. So this is the event name. We'll write here click. On clicking, what we want is we want to call a function. Fine. So we'll write here function and this function is going to have a parameter with it. Fine. So this is it. Inside this function, what we'll do is we'll check if the button is pressed or not. So we'll write here var button pressed is equals to, we'll access the HTML document. We'll write here this dot HTML. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and inside this we'll write button pressed. Fine. So what we basically did here is we wrote the code to check if the button is pressed or not. So if the button is pressed, the value will be displayed on console. So let's check it out. We'll zoom a Chrome browser, we'll go to console and we'll try to press a button. You can see the button is pressed. So it's working totally fine for now. What we'll do is we'll close the console and we'll write the code again. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write code for all the buttons. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here if button pressed is going to be C. So this is our first button. We are going to write the code for this one. So then what will happen is the result is going to be 0. Fine. Then we'll change the value for current entry as well. We'll write here current entry and the value of current entry is going to be 0 again. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write the code for other buttons as well. So we'll write here else if button pressed is going to be EE, then what will happen is the current entry is going to be 0 again. Fine. Then we'll write the code for back, plus minus, then we have decimal, and we have many more buttons, right? So let's do it as well. We'll write here else if the next button is back. We'll write here button pressed is triple equals to back. Then we'll write here inside this current entry is equals to current entry dot substring, and we'll define the substring inside here. We'll write here 0, comma current entry dot length -1. So we are going to decrease the length of our current entry by 1 on pressing the back button. So it's basically the backspace key. Now we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to write here is for plus minus. So we'll write here else if button pressed is going to be plus minus, then what we'll do is we'll multiply the current entry by -1. Fine. So if the user has a value -3 on a calculator screen and if he presses plus minus, so what will happen is -3 will be multiplied with -1 and the value is going to be 3 on. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll write here current entry is equals to -1. Fine. So we are going to multiply this value by -1. Then we have else if button pressed is going to be decimal. So what we'll do is we'll add a decimal in current entry. So what we'll write here is we'll write here current entry plus is equals to decimal. Fine. Then we have is number. So if we write here else if is number and we have button pressed inside it. Fine. Now what will happen is we have to use if here again. We'll write here if current entry triple equals to 0, current entry is equals to button pressed. So we'll write here current entry is equals to button pressed. Fine. Now we have to write here else part as well. So we'll write here else current entry is equals to current entry plus button pressed. Fine. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to write here is the else if part. So we have to write the code for plus, minus, multiplication and division as well, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here is operator. So we'll write the code for all of them later on. So for now, we'll write here is operator button pressed. We have to write here preventry is equals to parse float. We have to make this value in decimal. So we'll write here parse float current entry. Fine. Then we have operation. So we'll update the value of operation to button pressed. And we'll write here current entry is equals to. Now we have to write the code for modulus. We have to write the code for square root. We have to write the code for 1 by x. And we have to write the code for pi. So we are talking about this particular row, or we can say this particular column where we have modulus, square root, 1 by x and pi. So what we are going to do here is we are going to write here else if button pressed is equals to modulus. So what we have to do is we have to write here current entry. Current entry, we have to divide the current entry by 100. So we'll write here current entry is equals to current entry by 100. Fine. Then we have else if the user presses square root, button pressed is equals to square root. What we have to do is we have to write here current entry is equals to, we have to use math.sqrt. This is a predefined library, so we have to pass current entry inside this. So we'll write here current entry inside this particular library. Now the next thing we have to write here is the code for else if button pressed is going to be 1 by x. So we have to write here 1 by x. Then the change is going to be in current entry. So we'll write here current entry is equals to 1 divided by current entry. Fine. Now we are left with pi and is equals to only. So we'll write here for pi first. We'll write here else if button pressed is going to be pi. What we have to do is we have to write here current entry is equals to math.pi. Fine. Now we have to write here else if button pressed is going to be is equals to we have to write here current entry. We have to update current entry every time only. So we'll write here operate and we'll pass preventry. Then we'll pass current entry and operation. Fine. Then after this, operation is going to be null. So we'll write here operation is going to be null. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here update screen. Update screen is going to be, the screen is going to be updated with current entry basically. So we'll write here update screen and current entry. Fine. So let's check it out if this thing is working or not. Save the program, move to the browser, and you can see it's still saying update screen is not defined. Fine, let me check if there's any mistake in our program. So what we have to do is we have to remove this bracket from here and we have to paste them here at the end because we want this program to be present inside these brackets. Save it now and let's see if it's working or not. So you can see it's still not working. Let's do one thing. The update screen is not defined yet, so we'll comment this update screen for now and we'll see if this thing works now or not. So you can see it's working for all the numbers, but it says is number is not defined yet, so we'll define it now. So let's move ahead and we'll uncomment these two things. We'll uncomment update screen now. So the next thing we have to do is we have to write the code for update screen first. So let's do it. We'll write here update screen. So update screen is going to be a function. So we'll write here function. Function will take a parameter. We'll write here display value. Fine. So then we'll write here where display value is equals to display value dot toString. We are going to display the value in string form, so we'll write here toString. We'll convert it and then we'll access screen. So we'll write here dollar, then we have the screen class as screen, then we'll write here dot html, we'll write here display value dot substring. Fine. So we'll write here 0 to 10. That's it. Let's see, we have defined update screen as well now. Save it and we'll move to browser. We'll open a console. So it says display value to is not a function. So we have made a spelling mistake somewhere. Here it is. I'll write here display value everywhere. Fine. Save it now. Move to the browser. Okay, so it's saying display value is not a function as of now. We'll check it later if this thing works or not. So what we are going to do now is we are going to write further code. So we'll write the code for is number first. We'll write here is number. We'll check if the entry provided is number or not. So we'll write here function. Function is going to bring a value. Then we have return. Will return is not a number. Fine. We'll write here value. Then we'll check for operator as well. So we'll write here is operator. We'll write function and then we have the value of this function. We'll return here something. So we'll write here return value is equals to, the first value is going to be divide or we'll write here value triple is equals to asterisk for multiplication, or value is going to be addition, or it can be subtraction. Fine. So we'll write here value minus. Fine. Now we have to write a function. So we'll use the operate function. So we'll write here operate function and it will have three parameters a, b and operation. Fine. Now we have to write here a. So a is going to be parse float. So we are going to change the value of a to parse float. Then we have b. We'll do the same thing for b as well. We'll write here parse float. We'll write here b. Then we'll write here console dot log a comma b comma operation. So this thing is to check. We'll write here if operation is going to be plus, then it will return a plus b. Fine. Same thing for all the operators. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it 4 times. We'll change the values over here. We'll write here plus, minus, multiplication and division. Fine. We'll change the symbols here as well. We'll write here division, multiplication, subtraction and addition. So we are done with it. Let's check it out if this thing is working or not. So it says it's not working for now. Let me check if there's any error or some sort of thing. Okay, so we have done here wrong is we have written here toString with a small s. Save it now and check if it's working. Okay, it's working totally fine now. You can see we have a answers over here. So you can see everything is working. So this is how it actually works. So the error was with toString. Actually we have written here toString with a small s. So we have to replace it with capital S. Save it now and you can see the calculator is working totally fine. Let's try to do some calculations over here first. We'll increase the size of a browser. Now let's say we are adding some numbers. So let's say we have 41. We are adding 9 in it. So we have the answer as 50. Let's see if other buttons are working or not. So we'll write here 45. We'll click on plus minus and you can see the value of plus minus is minus 45. Click on it again. You can see the value is changed to 45 again. So the CE button is also working fine. We'll take a random number. So let's say the number is 400. We'll click on SQRT. You can see we have the square root of 400 which is 20. Now if we click on pi, we have the value as 3.1415 which is the actual value of pi. Then we have modulus. So let's say we are writing here 4000. We'll click on modulus and you can see it is 40. So this is also working fine. Now we'll write here 523 and then we'll click on 1 by x. So you can see it gives us the value of 1 by 523 or 1 by any number we are providing it basically. So let's say we are writing here 10 and we'll click on 1 by x. You can see the value is 0.1 because it is dividing 1 by 10. So I hope you guys must have got an idea about how we can create a calculator app using HTML, CSS and jQuery. It's easy to create a calculator using jQuery than to use JavaScript for creating a calculator, right? Now the task for you guys is to show some creativity with what we have done till now. Let us know in the comments what exciting thing you did. A to-do list refers to a list of things or tasks that a person wants to get done or that need to be done. It contains a list basically. So let's go through the overview of what we are going to do today. So here we are on the browser. We have a to-do list over here. You can see we have a text box over here to give some input. We have a button present next to it and it says add. Anything will write here and then if we press add, the task will be added to a list below the text box. The list is unordered here. So let's suppose we have 4 tasks to do. So what we'll do is we'll write here task 1. We'll click on add. Then we'll write here task 2. Then we'll add task 3. And finally we'll add task 4 as well. Fine. So here we have 4 tasks to do. Now let's suppose we are done with task 1. We did it whatever the task it was. What we want now is we want to remove this task from the list. Double click on task 1 and you can see the task fades out. Right. The task is deleted. The transition here was smooth and interactive, right? So another thing we can do is we can change the positions of these tasks by ourselves. Try to drag any task from here. You can see we are dragging task 2 in place of task 4. You can see we have task 2 at the last and task 4 is present in between now. Fine. I hope you guys must have got the task by now. It's simple and what we have to do is to create this whole thing on our own from scratch. We'll divide this thing into 3 parts, starting with HTML for creating the structure. Then we'll move on and work on the styling using CSS. And finally, we'll use jQuery to add functionality. So let's start with the programming part without wasting any time. So let me zoom out the Chrome browser. Here we are. And here you can see we have a HTML file which is named as todo1.html. Then we have linked the CSS file and the JavaScript file here as well. We have used jQuery and jQuery UI. Fine. So we'll start writing the code here only. What we'll do is we'll remove this line from here and we'll start writing here. So first thing first, we have to take a container for the whole box we are going to make. So we'll write here div. Let's say the class is going to be container for this div. And here we have our first div tag. Now we'll add a heading. So we'll write here h2. Now inside this we'll write, let's say, to-do list using jQuery. Fine. We are done with it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write a paragraph over here. We want this paragraph to be bold and italic. So you can see it over here. We have written over here, double click to delete an item and drag to reorder. So we'll do this thing here. Now what we have to do is we have to take a p tag for that. Now inside this p tag, we want this paragraph to be bold and italic, right? So we'll take b and I. We'll take both the tags over here. Now inside this we'll write double click to delete an item and drag to reorder. Fine. So we have to write here drag to reorder. We are good to go. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to add a form. So let's add a form here as well. Now what we'll do is we'll use the form tag over here. We'll write here form. The name is going to be, let's say, to-do list. Fine. This is the form name. We'll write here to-do list. Then we'll close this, and inside here we'll create an input box, or we can say a text box. So for that we have input tag. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. And let's say we have a name for this text box. Fine. So we'll write here name is equals to list item. Fine. So we have list item over here. Now what we'll do is we'll put this right over here. Now next thing we have to do is to add a button for a container. So for that we'll write after this form tag, we'll write div id is equals to, let's say, button, and the button name is going to be add. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll use a br tag over here, and after this we'll take unordered list. So we'll take ul tag over here. We'll see why we are taking it. So basically the ul tag here is for the list items, which we'll be taking as input in the jQuery part. So let's style this form as well, but before that let's save it. So you can see we have a text box over here, we have this heading over here, we have a paragraph, we have a text box, and we have a button over here. We haven't used the button tag for this particular button. So we'll style it and we'll manage to make it look like a button. So let's move on to the CSS part now. We'll start with the whole body of our web page. So for that, we'll write here body. Now inside the body tag, what we'll do is we'll write here background color. So we have some predefined color over here in this particular to-do list web page. So you can see the color over here is grayish in color. So the color code for this color is #50. Then we have 4F4F. Fine. So this is the color code. You can use any color of your choice. So for now we are going to use this. Save it, and you can see the color is changed to gray. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put this box in between the web page, right? So we'll write here margin top. Margin top is going to be, let's say, 150 pixels. Save it, and you can see we have the to-do list over here. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to style a container as well. For that we'll write here dot container. Then inside this we'll write padding. So let's say the padding is 20 pixels. Then we have width of the container. So let's say the width is 300 pixels. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin 0 and auto. Fine. Then we have margin top as well. So margin top is going to be 40 pixels. Then we'll write here background color. So the background color's value is going to be 202, 241, and then we have 239. Fine. So this is going to be the background color of our container. Now the next thing we have to mention over here is the border radius and the box shadow. So we'll write here border radius. Now the border radius is going to be, let's say, 25 pixels, and then we have box shadow. Fine. So for box shadow, what we'll do is we'll write here 5 pixels, 5 pixels, then we have 15 pixels, 3 pixels, and then we have the RGB value. So the box shadow is going to be blackish in color, so we'll write here 54, 54, 54. It's grayish although. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the form. So for that we'll use the form tag. We'll write here form, we'll write here display. Display is going to be inline and in block. Then we have the input tag as well, so we'll write here input, and we'll give some padding over here. So we'll write here padding is going to be 4 pixels, and then we have 15 pixels, let's say 4 pixels and 5 pixels. Fine. Then at the last, what we'll do is we'll style a button as well. We have used the div tag for a button, not a button tag, so we'll style it as well. So we'll write here hash button. Now this hash button is the ID of a button, so we'll write here display, we'll write inline block. Then we have, after this display, we have background color. So the background color we have to decide for a box. So let's say we want it to be white in color. Fine. So let's say this is the background color of a button. So let's save it once, and you can see the background color is white. So what we'll do is we'll change the background color over here. We'll write here hash f1. Let's say we want to make it bluish in color. Fine. So we'll write here f1 to dd. Fine. We have to put a 0 over here as well. Now it will look fine. Save it, and you can see we have a button of blue color. So let's change the font color as well. So for that we'll write here color, and color is going to be white. So save it now, and you can see we have the font color as white for a button. Then we have to write here border radius. Border radius is going to be 5 pixels for this button. Then we have text align at the center, and after text align we have margin top. Margin top is going to be 2 pixels, and then after margin top we have to define the padding as well. So we'll write here padding as 5 pixels and 15 pixels. Now save the program, and you can see we have a button over here. The button looks nice, right? So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here button again. We want to add hover effect over here. So we'll write here button hover. Then inside this we'll change the cursor to pointer on taking it to the button. Then we have opacity as well. Let's change the opacity on hovering as well. So let's say the opacity is going to be 0.8. Now it's working fine. We don't have to put any space in between here. So let's do one thing. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the styling code for unordered list as well. For unordered list we'll write here padding. So padding left, basically padding left is going to be 20 pixels, and then we'll write here font weight. Fine. Let's say the font weight is going to be bolder. Then we have the list present inside unordered list, so we'll style that as well. We'll write here ul li, and now we'll style this as well. We'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 5 pixels, and then we have color. So the color is going to be, let's say, RGB 5,5,5, so black basically. And then we'll write here font weight is, so we'll write here font weight. The font weight is going to be bolder, and that's fine. So we have to style every even element, right? If you can see here in this particular program, you can see if we add something over here, the even elements are having gray background color, right? So that's why we need to do this as well. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here ul li then we have to mention the nth child. So we'll write a nth child and we'll do this for even child. Fine. So we have to write here then background color. So background color is going to be gray. So the color code for this is 524F4F. Fine. Then we have the text color as well. We want to make it white, so we'll write here white, and then we'll write here finally font weight. Font weight is going to be bolder. Fine. So we are done with it. So the last thing we have to do is we have to write some code for deleting time as well. So we'll write here dot strike and we'll write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be line through and we'll write here nothing. So just leave it here. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write the code for hovering over the list. We'll write here li hover, then we'll write cursor as pointer. Fine. So we are done with the CSS part now. Save it. And you can see here the changes in the web browser. We have the whole to-do list interface over here. The only thing left now is functionality. So let's do that as well. We'll move to the JavaScript file and add functionality to this web page there using jQuery. So here we are in the JavaScript file. We'll do a jQuery part over here. So first of all, we'll write here $document. So we are going to use the document.ready function. So we'll write here ready. Now inside this we'll write function and we have the body of this function. So we are good to go. We are good to write a program now. So the first thing we need to do is we need to add the task entered in the text box inside the list, right? For that, what we have to do is we have to write here $. We have to access a button. So we have the button ID as button. So we'll write here button. Then we'll use the click event. We'll write here click. Now we'll define a function inside it. So we'll write here function, and inside the body of this function what we'll do is we'll write here var. So we have to write here var to add, and then we have to add the element. Fine. So we'll write here $. Now inside this we have the input tag. So we'll write here input. Inside this we'll write name is equals to list item. So we have the name as list item for our input box, right? If you guys remember that, if we go back to our HTML file, you can see we have the name as list item for this input tag over here. So we are using the same. Then we'll write here dot value. So whatever value that will be present inside the text box or that will be entered inside the text box will store inside to it, will store inside this particular variable. Fine. So we'll write here dot val. Now we have the value inside this particular variable. What we'll do is we'll append this to unordered list. Fine. So we'll write here $. We have unordered list. So we'll write here ul. Then we'll write here append. Fine. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write here li. We want to add this as list. So we'll write here li. Then we'll add to add over here. Fine. So we'll write here to add. And then we have to close this li tag over here. Fine. So save the program now, and what we'll do is we'll try to add something to our list. Fine. So here we have our program. We'll save it. We'll try to write something over here. We'll write here task 11. So we have to write here task 11. Click on add, and you can see we have task 11 written over here. Similarly, we'll write here task 12. Click on add. We have task 12 over here. 13, and then we have 14. Rest of the things are not working. We are not able to sort this list as of now because we haven't done the programming part for that right now. The next thing we have to do is to remove any item from the list on double click, right? For that, we have to create an event and we have to tell the system basically to remove a particular item on double clicking. The task is simple. We'll use the fade effect present in jQuery. So what we'll do is we'll write here $document, and then we'll write here dot on. we'll use an event. So we'll write here the event name is double click. Fine. So we'll write here double click. This is the event name. This is a predefined event in jQuery. Then we have to write here li because we want to remove an element from the list only. Fine. Then we'll declare a function over here. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write a code. We'll write here dollar. Then we'll write here this dot toggle class. We'll write here strike. So we are toggling a class from the CSS part. Then we'll write here dot fade out. Fine. And let's define the speed of this fade out as well. We'll write here slow. Oh, we have made a mistake over here. So we have to write here fade out. Now we have another error over here. We forgot to put a comma over here. So we'll write here comma. That's it, guys. The list item will fade out if we double click on it now. So let's check if it's working or not. Save the program. Try to add something here over here. We'll write here task 11, 12. Then we have task 13 and then we have task 14. Fine. Now we'll try to delete a particular task. Let's say we want to delete task 12. Double click on it and you can see it's working totally fine, right? The task is deleted. The task is not present here anymore. Now we are done with the adding and deleting part. But if you see here, when we add something to a list, so let's add one item over here first. Let's say we are adding task 50. Fine. Click on add and the item is here. Fine. When we click on the text box again, the previous item is still here. What we want is we want the text box to be empty once the item is added to the list. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write over here dollar. Now we have to access this input box. So we'll write here input. Then we have dot focus and we'll create a function inside this. So we'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write dollar this dot well and we'll write here this. Fine. Save it and you can see it here. It will work fine now. If we write here, let's say task 1, click on add, click on the text box again and you can see the text box is empty now. The last thing we have to manage here is sorting them on dragging, right? Sorting the list item on dragging. For that, we have to use the sortable interaction from jQuery UI. So we don't need to write anything over here. Just we'll write here dollar. We have to sort this unordered list, right? So we'll write here ul. Then we'll use the sortable function. So we'll write here sortable and we are good to go. Fine. So that's it, guys. We are done with it. The to-do list is done. So let's try to use it once and we'll understand it much better. Save it now and we'll see if this thing is working fine or not. We'll add some tasks over here. So let's say we are writing over here task 51. This is our first task. We'll put a space in between over here. Then we have task 52. Fine. Then we have item 1 and item 2. Fine. So we have 4 items and tasks over here. So basically what we want to do is we want to check if this thing is working or not. Double click on task 51. You can see it's working. Try to drag item 1 from here in place of item 2. You can see we are able to do it. Item 1 is present at the bottom now. One more thing we want to do here is we want to add one more item over here. See. We'll add task 53 as well. Click on add. You can see we have task 52, 53 and item 1 and 2. We'll delete all of them. So let's try to do it. Double click on each item. You can see the item is deleted now. Click on the box again and you can see the box is also empty. So it's working totally fine. Now the task for you guys is to make some changes to this particular program and let us know if we can do anything more with this particular program. So far, we have seen various different topics related to jQuery in this particular playlist. We came across jQuery effects, animations, callbacks, And then we moved on to jQuery UI, wherein we covered topics like widgets, interactions, theme customization, and many more. Let's use some of the concepts in a website today. Let's move ahead and we'll take an overview of what we are doing today. The task is simple. We'll create a movie downloading website from scratch using HTML, CSS, and jQuery only. So here we are in the website, wherein you can see we have the front page of our website. Here we have some text which says download your favorite movie in just a click, and then we have welcome written over here, right? The page seems simple. The first thing we have here is the navigation bar, which will navigate us to different sections of the website. We have home, about, categories, top rated, and contact over here. Click on any of them and it will take us to that particular section in our website. If you see here, we have two arrows present at the bottom of our home page. If we click on it, it will take us to the about section. Right, here we have some more text present. We have the contact us button present over here and it will take us to that particular section. Click on it and here we are at the contact us section of our website. The next section contains categories of movies we have in our website. We have 6 different categories present over here. Hover your mouse cursor over any and you can see the animation in that particular category. The next thing we have are the top rated movies. The hover effect you can see here as well. But if we click on any image, you can see the image size is larger now. And we can also use these arrows to change the movie. Right, you can check all the top rated movies over here. Now, in the last part, we have the contact us page, wherein if we write our name, email and message, and then if we click on send message button, a dialog box will appear on our screen and it will say something. So let's try to do it here. We'll write here caution. Then let's say we have an email ID over here. We'll write here caution@gmail.com. And then let's say we are writing something over here. Now click on the send message button. You can see we have a dialog box which says, thank you for contacting us. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. Fine. The task is simple, right? I hope you guys must have got the task by now. All we have to do is to recreate this whole thing from scratch on our own. So let's get back to the programming part without wasting any more time. Here we are in the VS Code and we have all the required files present in our system already. If I show you once, you can see we have this whole folder present in our system where we have all the files, images and everything we need to create this website. We have the jQuery file, the jQuery UI file and almost everything we need. Right, you can see it over here. We have images over here, we have icons, we have the jQuery UI file, we have project content and many more things, right? So let's minimize this for now. Now, let's move on to the HTML file first and we'll start by designing the layout of our web page, or we can say website. We have to create a preloader thing before we create the body of our website. So we'll keep these small things in mind and later we'll see what vital part these small things play in making a website more interactive to the user. So we'll start the code by writing over here inside the body tag. So let's use comments for different sections. So we'll write here preloader. Fine. So this is a comment. Now we'll start writing the code for preloader. So first thing first, we'll write here div. We'll take a div tag. We'll write here class. So let's say the class name is preloader. Now we'll close this div tag and inside this we'll create another div tag. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, loader. Fine. So we are done with preloader. We'll comment it out once again. We'll write here preloader ends. Fine. So our preloader ends over here. Now, the next thing we have to do is we have to start writing the code for the head section of a website. So we'll write here head section starts. So now we'll write the code over here for the head section. So the first thing we have to write here is we have to take the header tag. We'll write here header. Class is going to be header for this. And then we'll close this header tag over here. Now inside this, we'll write div class is equals to, let's say, container. So we have to take so many div tags, so keep these things in mind. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here div. Now class is going to be, let's say, row justify content between. Fine. And then we'll write here align items at the center. Fine. So we have taken this class name as row justify content between and align items center. So now inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to brand name. So we'll write here brand name. Fine. Now we'll close this div tag, and inside this we'll take an anchor tag. So we'll write here a. href is going to be index.html. So this is the link. Now what we'll do is we'll write here movie mania. Fine. Now after this div tag, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to nav toggle. Fine. So this is the class for a navigation bar. Now inside this we'll write here span. We'll close the span tag. We'll keep it empty for now. Now after this div tag we have to write here nav class is equals to, let's say, nav. We'll close this div tag. Now inside this we'll define a items. We'll write here home, about, categories, top rated, and contact. Fine. Now inside this nav tag we'll write here ul. We'll take an unordered list. Now inside this unordered list we have to use the li tag. So we'll write here li anchor tag. Now inside this anchor tag we are going to write href is equals to home. So this is the id for home page. So we'll write here home. Now we'll do the same for every category, or we can say every item in the menu. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it 5 times. Fine. So here we are. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to change the names. So instead of home, after we have about, so we'll write here about. Then we have the categories. So we'll write here categories. We have to change the id as well. So we'll write here category. Then after categories we have top rated movies. So we'll write here top rated, and the id is going to be, let's say, top. Then we have the contact us. Fine. So we'll write here contact, and instead of home we'll write here contact. Fine. So we are done with it. We are done with the header. So the next thing we have to do is we have to write here after this header. We have to mention it over here that the header ends over here. So we'll write here header end. Now we have to start the next section. So the next section is going to be home section. So we'll write here home section starts. And after this we'll write the code for home section. So the home section starts with the section tag. We'll write here section. Class is going to be home. So let's name it as home section, this class. We'll write here id as well. So let's say the id is home. Now we have to create a shape over here. If we move back to our website and if we go to the home page, you can see we have a shape over here. The shape is rotating 360 degrees. So we'll create the shape first. Now for that, what we have to do is we have to write here. We have to close this section tag first. Now inside this section tag, we'll mention a comment again. So let's say we'll write here shape for this particular shape. Now what we'll do is we'll write here div class is going to be shape 01. So this is the class name. Now we'll close this div tag. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to container. Now we have to take another div tag over here. We'll write here div class is equals to row align items and center. Fine. We have to close this div tag over here. Now inside this we have to write another div tag. So we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to home content. And now over here what we'll do is we'll take another h4 tag. So we'll write it over here h4 and we'll write over here this thing. We'll write download your favorite movie in just a click. Copy it from here. We'll paste it inside the h4 tag. Now we are done with the heading. So after this what we'll do is we'll take another heading. We'll take h2 tag. We'll write here h2 and we'll write here welcome to movie mania. Fine. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to make these arrows over here. So if we move back to our website, you can see we have two arrows over here which takes us to the about us section. So we have to write the code for these two arrows as well. So after this we'll write over here inside comment. So we'll write over here scroll down. Now we have to write the code over here. So we'll write here a href is equals to about, and then we'll write here class is equals to scroll down. Fine. Now we have to use icons. So what we are going to do is we already have these icons present in our system. So we'll mention them over here. We'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. What we'll do is we'll move inside the icons, and inside the icons we have this file over here arrowdown.svg. So this is basically an icon. So we'll write here alt, and inside this we'll write scroll down. Fine. So this thing is done. Now the anchor tag is done. So we'll move back from here. Now the home section ends over here. So we'll write here inside the comments, we'll write home section end. Fine. So we are done with the home section. Let's check it out once. Save the program, open it with live server, and you can see we have all these things over here. We have home, about, categories, top rated, contact, and then we have two headings as well. Fine. So we are not able to see the icon as of now. We'll style it later on. Now let's move back to the programming part. So the home section, we are done with the home section. The next section we have to work on is the about section. So we'll write here about section start. Now the about section, what we have to do is we have to write here section. We are going to take the section tag again. So we'll write here class is equals to about section. Now the class is done. We have to write the ID as well. The ID is going to be about. Fine. Now inside this section tag we have to take another div tag. So we'll write here div class is going to be container for this one as well. And now inside this div tag what we are going to do is we are going to take some more div tags. We'll write here div class is equals to row. So this is the class name. Now what we have to do is we have to write some more things about the image. So we have an image already over here. You can see if we move back to our website. So we have this image over here as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write some code for this image as well. So let's move back to the HTML file and we'll write here div class is equals to img box. So this is going to be the name of our class. And inside this we'll take another div tag and we'll write here class is equals to shape 02. So why we are doing here because if we move back to our website you can see we have this shape over here as well. So we'll style this shape as well later on in the CSS file. For that we need to mention the class. So that's why we are using here class as shape tool. Fine. Now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here img. So we are going to add the image now. We'll write here img. src is going to be inside the img folder. We have about.png and we have to mention the alternate here as well. So we'll write here alternate as about us. Fine. Close the img tag and we are done with it. Now inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to write here div class is equals to about content, and then we have this div as class row. Now inside this, what we have to do is we have to mention the section title. So the section title is about us. So we'll write some code for that as well. We'll write here div class is going to be section title. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to take the h1 tag and we'll write here about us. Fine. Now after these two div tags, what we have to do is we have to mention a paragraph here. So the paragraph is this one over here. So this is the paragraph. This is nothing but a paragraph which most of the prototypes of any websites use. So what we'll do is we'll copy it from here. And what we are going to do is we are going to use the p tag. Inside the paragraph tag, we are going to paste this. Fine. So this is a paragraph. Now we are done with the paragraph tag as well. After the paragraph tag, what we have to do is we have to write here div. We are going to take another div. We'll write here class. So class is going to be stats for all the stats we have for our website. Now inside this div tag, we are going to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to row. And over here, we'll write div class is equals to stat box. Fine. So we are writing the code for these stats over here. We have daily downloads, movies available, and happy clients, right? So we are writing the code for this only. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to close this div tag, and inside over here we have to write h2, and inside h2 we'll write 150k plus. Fine. Now we have to write it over here h5. So let's say we are writing over here daily downloads. So we are done with it. The next thing we have to write here is div class is going to be stat box again. Now inside this div tag we'll write h2. The heading is going to be 2500 plus, and then we'll write h5. Fine. For h5, what we'll write here is movies available. So we have to do this thing for more time. We'll copy this piece of code from here. We'll paste it here. The class will remain the same. Now instead of 2500, we have to mention the happy clients over here. So we'll write here 1 million plus, and instead of movies available, we'll write happy clients. Fine. So we are done with it. Now after this particular div tag, what we have to do is we have to mention the contact button as well. So we'll mention the heading over here. We'll write here contact button, and we'll write the code over here. So the code starts with a. href is equals to hash contact. This is the contact. This is the ID basically for the contact page, for the contact section. So then we'll write here class is button 1, and we'll write here contact us. Fine. So the anchor tag is closed. We are done with the section. So we are done with this particular section as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here about us ends over here. So we'll write here about us end, or we can say the about section end. So we are done with the about section as well. Save the program for now, move to the browser, and here you can see it's not okay, it's working. So here you can see if I increase the size of our browser, you can see this is a about section. We have an image over here, we have about us, we have all the stats, we have daily downloads of 150,000 and plus, we have movies available over 2500, and we have 1 million plus happy clients. Then we have a link over here for the contact us. So we'll create a button later on in the CSS part for this. So let's move on to the programming part again. Now the next section we have to mention over here is the categories section. So if I take you to this website, you can see we have categories over here. We have 6 different categories. So we have to write the code for this part as well. So let's move ahead and write the code for categories as well. So we'll write here categories, and we'll write here section start. Fine. So the category section starts over here. What we'll do is we'll take a section tag again. So we'll write here section class is equals to, let's say, service section, and then we have ID. Fine. So ID is going to be categories. We'll close this section tag. Now inside this section tag we'll take a div tag. Div class is going to be container, and inside this we'll take another div tag. We'll write here div class is row, and inside this we'll take another div tag. So we'll write here div class is equals to section title. So we are using all these classes because we'll need them in the CSS part. So what we'll do is we'll write here h1. Now inside h1 we'll write categories. Fine. Now over here what we'll do is we are going to take div class is going to be row, and what we'll do is we'll write here the code for all the category items. So basically we have 6 different category items. We have 6 different categories of our movies. So if you can see it over here, we have western, mystery, drama, animation, comedy, and fantasy. So we'll write the code for them. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll write over here. First we have to mention, let's mention it over here what we are doing here. So we'll write here categories start. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll start writing the code over here. We'll take a div tag. Class is going to be service item. So we'll write here service item as the class name, and inside this we are going to take another div tag. We are going to name it as service item inner. So this is going to be another class. Now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here the image code, right? We are going to add the image over here. So we'll write here img src is going to be img slash. So we have service folder, so we'll write here service. Now inside the service we have 1.png as a image. So we'll write here alternate as category 1. Now close this. After this we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class as overlay. So we'll write here class as overlay. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write the heading. So basically we are going to mention the category name over here. So we'll write here h3, and inside h3 we'll write western. Fine. So this is going to be the first category. Now so the first service item, or we can say the first category, ends over here. Now after this what we have to do is we have to add 5 or 6 more categories, right? We have to add 6 categories to our website. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the code for second category of a movie. So we are going to copy this from here and we are going to paste it over here. So the class name will remain the same. The class name will remain as service item. Then we have the inner class name as service item inner. Then inside this image source, what we have to do is we have to change the image over here. We'll write 2.png over here. The overlay class will remain the same. Now instead of Western, we have to write here mystery. So we'll write here mystery. So this is a second category. Now what we have to do is we have to copy this piece of code again. So we have to do it for 6 categories, right? So we are already done with 2. So we'll paste it 4 times. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to change the image name over here. So we have 3, and then instead of mystery we have drama, fantasy, comedy, and lastly we have animation. So this one will be drama. Fine. So we'll write here drama. Then we have here as 4.png. Then instead of mystery, what we have here is fantasy. So we'll write here fantasy, and after fantasy we have this image name as 5.png, and the category name is going to be comedy. Fine. So we'll write here comedy at number 5th, and lastly we have animation. So for animation, the image is 6.png, and instead of mystery we'll write here animation. Fine. So we are done with it. Now the categories ends over here. So we have to close the section tag as well. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to write here category section ends. So we'll write a category section ends over here. Now what we have to do is we have to save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see it over here. We have Western, we have mystery, we have drama, fantasy, comedy, and animation. We have all the 6 categories, right? We'll style them later according to our needs in the CSS part. So for now, what we are doing is we are creating the layout of our website. So this will remain the same. Now let's move ahead and we'll write the code for next section. So the next section we have is the top rated section. So we'll write here top rated section start. Now what we have to do is we have to take the section tag again. So we'll write here section class is equals to, let's say, work section. So this is going to be the name of our class for top rated section. So we'll write here id as top now. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here div class is equals to container, and then we have div class is equals to row here. Fine. Now inside this div with class as row, what we have to do is we have to mention the section title. The section title is top rated movies. So this part will remain the same for all the sections. So we'll write here div class is equals to section title. So we'll write here section title, and after this we'll write here h1, and then we'll write here top rated movies. Fine. So we are done with the heading. Now inside this, what we have to do is we have to mention all the 6 different top rated movies we have, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to write here if class is going to be row again. Now inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to mention all the 6 top rated movies. Fine. So we'll write here top rated movies start. Now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to take another div. Class is going to be work item, and now inside this div tag we have to write here div class is going to be work item inner. Fine. Now inside this we have to add images. So we'll write here img. We are going to add two images basically. So we'll discuss it later why we are doing so. So we'll write here img src, and src is going to be img slash works, and inside the works folder we have another folder as thumb. Now we'll add one.jpg from here. This is the base file. We'll write here data large, and inside the data large what we are going to do is we are going to write here img slash works slash large, and we have this one.png over here. So these two files are basically same files, so they are saved with different names. One is a png file and another one is the jpg file. We'll write here alt, we'll write here movie1. Fine. Now close this, and after this what we have to do is we have to create a div tag with class as overlay, and we have to write something over here. We have to write the heading. So the heading is going to be Doctor Strange. Fine. So this is the heading of our first movie. Now what we have to do is we are done with the first item. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here for the second movie. The second movie we have the image as 2.jpg and 2.png. Now instead of Doctor Strange, the second movie name is Captain Marvel. Fine, so we'll write here Captain Marvel. Then we'll copy this and we'll do the same for almost all the movies, right? For all the top rated movies. So we are done with this part. We are done with Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel. Then we have 3.png and jpg as the file name or as the image name. So instead of Captain Marvel, we have Aquaman. So we have all the movies from, so we have movies from Marvel Universe and from DC Universe. I believe that you guys might be a fan of any of these universe. So let's move ahead, and instead of Aquaman, we have 4.jpg and 4.png as our next file names. And instead of this Captain Marvel, what we have here is X-Men. Fine. Then over here we have to mention the file name is 5. And instead of movie name, what we have to write here after X-Men is Guardians of the Galaxy. Then the last movie we have is the Dark Knight. So we'll write here the Dark Knight, and we are done with the top rated movie part as well. So the work section ends over here, or we can say the top rated movie section ends over here. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here top rated end. So we are done with the top rated section as well. Save the program once, move to the browser, and if we check it over here, you can see we have all the movies. We have Dark Knight, Guardians of the Galaxy, X-Men, Aquaman, Captain Marvel, and Doctor Strange. So it looks really simple for now, right? We'll change them in the CSS part, as I mentioned it earlier as well. We'll do it in the CSS part. So don't be so stressed for now. Let's move ahead and we'll write the code for contact us section. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here contact section starts, and now we'll start writing code for contact section. So the first few things will remain the same. We'll write here section. Now inside section we'll mention class as contact section. Now the ID is going to be contact, and we'll write here inside the section tag div class is going to be container, and inside this div tag we have another div tag with class as row. Now inside this we have div with class as img box, so we'll write here img box as class name. Now inside this we'll write div class as section title. So this is the section title. So section title is contact us, so we'll write here inside h1 tag contact us over here. Now what we have to do is we have to add a form over here. So what we'll do is we'll write it after this div tag. So we are done with the heading part basically. Now after this we are going to write here div class is going to be row for the form. We'll write here div class as contact form. Now inside this div tag we have to create a form, so we'll use the form tag for it. We'll write here form class is going to be form, and then we have to write here div class is row. Inside this div tag we have to take another div tag, so we'll write here div class as left input group. This is a class name. Then we have label as name. We'll write here input type is going to be text. Then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder is going to be your name here. And then we have classes input control. Fine. This is a class name. So we have added a placeholder over here for name. Now similarly what we have to do is we have to add these placeholders for email or phone and for your message. So we'll write here div class is equals to right. This is going to be present at the right side, so we'll write here input group. Now we'll write here label. Label is going to be email or phone. So this is the label for a second placeholder. Now we are going to write here the same thing. We'll write here input type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be email or phone here. So we'll write here your email or phone here, and we'll write here classes input control, and that's it. So we are done with this placeholder as well. Now we have to write some code for the text area, basically for the message box. We are going to write here div class is going to be row again, so we'll write here div class is row. Now inside this we are going to write here div class is input group, so we'll write here input group. Now we are going to mention the label over here, so we'll write here label, and the label is going to be message. Fine. Then we are going to write here text area. The text area class is going to be input control once again, so we'll write here input control, and then we have placeholder which says your message here, and we'll close this text area over here. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. Now what we have to do is we have to create the form button for send message. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is form button, and inside this div tag we have to take a button. So we'll write here button, type is going to be button, and then we have class is button1, id is going to be button again, then we have the button name, so the button name is going to be send message. Now after this div tag, what we have to do is we have to add a dialog box over here. So we'll write here div id as, let's say, dialog for this dialog box. Then we'll write here thank you for contacting us and we'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. Fine. So this is the text that will be present inside the dialog box. Fine. So we are done with it. We are done with the form tag. Now inside the section tag, we have to mention some more things. So we are going to mention the things present after this form. So if we move back to this website over here, you can see we have this form over here. We have the send message button. Now we have to mention these three things. We have to mention address, phone, email, and then we have some icons for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Fine. So we'll write the code for this thing only now. So let's move back, and now after this particular div tag, what we have to do is we have to create another div tag. We'll write here div class is row. Now inside this div tag, we have to write here div class is contact info. This is going to be the class for this particular div tag. Now inside this, we have to take another div tag. We have to mention the class is row over here. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here div class is equals to info item, and we have to mention address over here. So we'll write here h5 address, and we have to write here address. Now after this address, we have to mention our address. So we'll mention it inside the paragraph tag. So we'll write here p. Now mention the address over here. We'll write here sector, let's say XYZ, and our website is present in USA, so we'll write here USA. Then we'll write here some number. So let's say this is our address. Now after this div tag, we have to mention the phone number here. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here. The class name will remain the same, the heading will change to phone, and we have to mention the phone number over here. So we'll write here 91, and then we'll mention some number. Fine. So this is the number, and then we'll copy it from here, and we'll do the same thing for email as well. So we'll write here email in place of phone. Now we have to mention the email of our website. So we'll write here moviemania@movie.com. Fine. So this thing ends over here. We have all our div tags ending over here. We have the section tag. But before we close the section tag, so what we have to do is we have to include the icons for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Fine. So we have to add them as well. So what we'll do here is we'll write here div class is going to be row again. Now inside this we'll write div. Class is going to be social links, so we'll write here social links. Now inside this we have to mention them. We have to write here anchor tag. We'll write here href. Href is say hash for now. We'll write here title. Title is going to be Facebook. And then we have to add the image, or we can say the icon. So we'll write here img. src is going to be inside the img folder. We have this icons, so we'll write here icons, and inside this we have facebook.svg. Fine, so this is the icon we have already downloaded. We'll write here alt. We have to mention here as Facebook. We have to close the img tag, and that's it. We are done with the Facebook part. So what we'll do next is we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here again 4 times. We have Facebook, then we have Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram, right? So we'll write your title as Twitter, and we have this file name here as twitter.svg. We'll change the alternate as well. We'll write here Twitter. Then we have the same thing for LinkedIn, so we'll write here LinkedIn. The icon name we have here is linkedin.svg. We'll change the alternate as well. We'll write here LinkedIn. And finally we have Instagram as well. So we'll write here Instagram. The icon name is instagram.svg. Then we have Instagram over here as well. So we have added all the icons over here. We are done with the contact section as well. So this is a contact section. If you can see, it starts from here. We have added a form wherein we have to put name, email, and a message. Then we have a send message button over here. And finally, we have these addresses and social media links. Fine. So we are done with this part. Save the program now. And we'll move back to a browser. So here you can see at the bottom we have these icons. So the icons are pretty large in size. We'll style them later according to our need in the CSS part. So for now we have these 4 icons. We have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. So you can see we have everything over here. We have address, we have phone, email, and we have the form. We have to write a name, message. We have to write a message over here. We have to write an email, and then we have a button for send message. You can see we have written over here, thank you for contacting us. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. So everything is working totally fine till now. Let's move ahead and we'll write some more code over here after this particular section. We have to mention the copyright section as well. So for that, we have to write here P. Class is going to be copyright. So we'll write here copyright. And inside this we'll write copy. Then we have semicolon. It says 2022 Movie Mania. Fine. So we'll write here Movie Mania in capitals. And that's it. We are done with the footer part as well. We have mentioned the copyright as well. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to mention the light box. So the light box is basically, if we move back to our website, and here you can see if we click on any of these images from the top rated movies, you can see that particular image getting larger in size, and we can change it, right? So we have to write the code for this particular light box as well. So we'll move back to our HTML part and we'll mention it over here. We'll write here light box start. and we'll write here div class is going to be lightbox for this particular lightbox, and then we'll write here div class is img box. So inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is lightbox close. We'll do most of these things in the jQuery part. So for that we are taking all these classes and all. So we'll write here ampersand times. Now we have to write it over here like this. Then we have the image source. So we'll write here img src is going to be img. Inside the works folder we have this large files. So we'll write here large. Then we'll write here 2.jpg. Then we have the class is lightbox img. So we'll write here lightbox img, and we have to mention the alternate as well. So we'll write here img1, and then we have to mention the caption as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to lightbox caption. So we'll write here lightbox caption, and we have to close this div tag. Now we have to write here div class is lightbox category. We have to close this div tag, and we'll keep this empty for now. Fine. We have to do this for all the images. So what we have to do is we have to write here after this particular div tag, we have to mention it inside over here. We have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is going to be lightbox counter. So we'll write here lightbox counter. We will close this div tag. Now again what we have to do is we have to take another div tag over here. We'll write here class is lightbox controls. Now we have two icons over here. We have the previous icon and the next icon. Fine. So we'll write here div class is going to be div for this particular previous icon. We'll write here img src is going to be inside the images folder. We have this icons folder. Now inside the icons folder we have this file named rev.svg, and we have the alternate to this as previous. We'll close this image tag over here. We'll define another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to next, and we'll write here img src is going to be inside the images folder. We have icons, then we have next.svg. Fine. We'll write here alternate as next, and we are almost done with the lightbox as well. So the lightbox ends over here. We'll write here this is lightbox end, and that's it. We are done with the HTML part now. Save the program, and you can see here on the web page we have all the website data present over here. We have all the images and everything present over here. The next thing we have to do is to style our website using CSS. For that we have to move to a CSS file now, and you guys know the drill. So here you can see we are using some fonts for our website. You guys can use the CDN link from the web, and you can use any font of your choice. So let's start styling our website now. What we'll do is we'll write here, firstly we'll write the code for body tag. So we'll write here body. Then inside this what we'll do is we'll write here margin. So margin is going to be 0 initially. Now we'll write here over here line height. So we'll write here line height. line height is going to be 1.5. Now after this we are going to write here background color. So we have some predefined background colors with us. You guys can use any of your choice. For now we'll write here F3, F2, F1. So this is the code. This is some sort of white color we can see. Now the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write the code for body. Then we have the code for input, and we have the code for text area as well. So we'll write here text area, and then we have the code for button. So we'll write here button. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be a railway, and then we'll write here sans serif. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here font weight. So we'll write here font weight, and the font weight is going to be 400. Now moving ahead, what we'll do next is we'll write over here. We are done with these 3 different tags. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here asterisk, and we'll write here border. Okay, so we'll write here box sizing. So we are writing here box sizing, and the box sizing is going to be border box. Then we have the margin again, and the margin is going to be 0 again. Fine. So we'll write here 0. The next thing we have to write here is the code for the container class. So we'll write here container. Then we'll write here max width. Max width is going to be 1170 pixels, and then we have margin over here. So margin is going to be auto. Now we are done with the container class as well. The next thing we have to mention here is the row class. So if we move back to our HTML file, you can see we have used the class as row for almost everywhere. You can see we have the class as row over here. We have class as row almost everywhere in a HTML file, right? So we'll write the code for row now. So the class row is going to be display as flex, and then we have flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap, and flex wrap is going to be wrap again. Now after this we'll write here the code for align items class. So we'll write here dot align item, and the class name is align items center. So we'll write here align items at the center for this particular class. Then we have justify content between. So we'll write here justify content between. So basically we have used these classes in the HTML part. So we'll write here inside the justify content between, we'll write here justify content at space between, not space around. We'll write a space between. Then after this justify content between class, we have the animation for our box. So we are talking about this particular box over here. You can see in the website we are talking about this particular box which is rotating. So for that we'll write here @ keyframes. So we'll write here keyframes. Then we'll write here ANI 01, and we'll write here inside this at 0%. What will happen is it will transform itself and it will rotate. So we'll write here rotate at 0 degree. Fine. We have to mention here 100% as well. So we'll write here at 100% we want to transform it, and what we want to do is we want to write here rotate at 360 degrees. So we'll write here 360 degree. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the section title. So for that we have the section title class. So we'll write here section title, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write flex. So flex is going to be 0, 0 space 100%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 100%. And then we have margin bottom. So we'll write here margin bottom as 60 pixels, and we have padding as 0 and 15 pixels. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to mention the section title for H1. So if we move back here, you can see, so inside here what we have to do is we are going to style the H1 heading. So H1 heading is present inside the section title. So you can see we have the section title class over here in a HTML file. So if we move down to the about section, you can see it over here. We have this class as section title and we have the heading as about us. Similarly, we have this thing for categories, for top rated movies and for contact us. So we'll style all of them. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section title space H1. We are going to style the heading one. So we'll write here display as inline block. So we'll write here display as inline block. Then we have font size as 40 pixels and color. So color is going to be black. So we'll write here this. And then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be 700 for the section title. Then we have margin as 0 for the section title and we have position as relative. Fine. So we are done with the section title as well. Now what we have to do is we have to write here some more code. So we'll write here dot section title space H1. Then we'll write here before. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here content and we are going to write here nothing. Then we have box sizing. So we have box sizing as border box. Then we have position as absolute. So we'll write here absolute. Then we have left. So for left we have the value as 0. Then we have bottom. Then bottom value is going to be -5 pixels. We have width as well, so we'll mention the width here. Width is going to be 80 pixels now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is going to be 3 pixels. Then we have background color as well. So background color is #FF9800. So this is the background color. Now the next thing we have to mention is for the button. So we have the class as button01. Now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here background color as the same. We'll write here 9800. Then we have color, the font color basically. So the font color is going to be white, or we can say off-white. So then we have border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. Fine. We are done with the border. We have to mention the padding as well. Padding is going to be 10 pixel and 35 pixels. Then we have border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius and the border radius is going to be 30 pixels. So next up we have line height, and line height is going to be 1.5. Then we have cursor as pointer. So what we are doing here is we are basically styling the button. So the button with class as button01 will be styled after this particular piece of code. Save it now, move back to the website, and if you can see here, if we move back to the top section, you can see our button as orange in color and the text inside it is white in color. So if you can see here, we have this button all over here. We have this contact us button as well. So the buttons are ready to use. Now the next thing we have to mention here is the text decoration. So we'll write here text decoration is going to be none. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have font weight as well. So font weight is going to be 600. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as inline block. So we'll write here inline block. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all 0.5 second. Fine. And then we have ease. So we are done with it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here button 01 hover. What if we hover over this particular button? Now on hovering, the background color is going to be transparent. So we'll write here background color as transparent. Border color is going to be the same. So we'll write here FF9800. Then we have the color as well. So we'll write here color as #FF9800. So we are done with this. Save it now. Move back to the website and look for the button over here. You can see we have this button, and on hovering, you can see nothing is happening as of now. So let's see what's wrong over here. So we have forgot to put the colon over here, and now I think it will work fine. Save it, and you can see it's working totally fine now. On hovering, the button is changing, and similar thing will happen with this particular button as well. You can see it's working totally fine. Moving ahead, the next thing we have to mention over here is on focus. So we'll write here button 01, then we'll write here focus, and we'll change the outline to none. Fine. So we are done with basic CSS part. You can see the buttons are working fine now. The next thing we have to do is to write the code for preloader. So we'll write over here preloader so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now for preloader, what we have to do is we have to access the preloader class. Fine. So we'll write here preloader. This is the class name. Now we'll write here position as fixed. Then we have left as 0, top as 0. Then we have right and bottom as well. So we'll write here right as 0 and bottom as 0. Fine. Background color. So we'll write here background color. We'll write here hash. This is the background color. So we have to mention here this. It's sort of black. Then we have the z index. So we'll write here z index, and the z index is going to be 1099. Then we have the display as flex, and we have to align the items at the center. Fine. Now we have to justify content. So we'll write here justify content at the center. Then we have transition again. So we'll write here transition, and the transition is going to be all at 0.6 seconds, and it will be ease. Fine. The next thing we have to write here is dot preloader dot loaded. Then we have to write here visibility as hidden, and we have the opacity as 0. Then we have z index again, so we'll write here z index as -99. Fine. So then we'll write here preloader dot loader. So here what we'll do is we'll mention the height. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have width is going to be 30 pixels again. Then we have border, so we'll write here border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in color, and transparent. No, it's not going to be transparent. We have to write here FF9800. Then we have border right. Border right is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. So we'll write here transparent. Then we have border radius and border radius is going to be 50%. Then we have animation is going to be ANI01. Then we have 2 seconds and it is going to be linear and infinite. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to style the header part now. So save it now. We'll move back to the web page, and here you can see the website is working, the loader is working right now. So let's start writing code again over here. We'll write here header again. So we'll write here header, then we'll write here dot header, and we are going to style the header tag. Now we are going to write here position as absolute. Then we have left is going to be 0. Then we have right is going to be nothing because we have to write here top. So we'll write here top as 0. Then we have width is going to be 100%, and we have a z index again, so we'll write here z index as 99. Fine. Then we have transition is going to be all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Then we have to write the code for fixed header, so we'll write here dot header dot fixed. So inside this we'll write background color as white, so we'll write here this. Then we have position, and position is going to be fixed. Fine. Then we have the header brand name, so we have to style the brand name as well, so we'll write here dot header dot brand name, and we have to write here padding is going to be 0 and 15. Fine. So this thing is working fine now. The next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here dot header dot brand name dot anchor tag. So we'll write here A. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here text decoration as none. Then we have font size is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have color, so we'll write here color, then we'll mention this particular color, white color. And we have text transform as well, so we'll write here text transform as uppercase. Then we have font weight, so we'll write here font weight is going to be 900. Then we have letter spacing is going to be 2 pixels, and we'll write here transition as all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Next thing we have to do is we have to write here color, so we'll write here dot header dot fixed dot brand name, and then we have to write here A, and we have to write here color as black. Fine. Now we have to write some more code over here. We'll write here header dot nav toggle, and we have to write here inside this as width is going to be 40 pixels. Then we have height is going to be 34 pixels. We have the border as well. We'll write here border 1 pixel, solid and white in color. Fine. Then we have border radius as 3 pixels and cursor as pointer. Then we have display as well. We'll write here display as flex, and we'll align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at the center. Then we have justify content at the center. Finally, we have transition here as well. We'll write here transition all 0.5 seconds and ease. Then we have display as none. Fine. So let's finish the header part first. We'll write here dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle, and inside this we'll write border color, and the border color is going to be black. Then we have to write here dot header dot nav toggle space span. We are going to write the code for span tag, which we kept empty in the HTML part. We'll write here height. Height is going to be 1 pixel. And then we have display. Display is going to be block. Then we have width. Width is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have background color. So we'll write here background color as white. Then we have position as a relative and transition as all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Lastly, we'll write here dot header space dot nav toggle space span, and we have to write the code for before and after. Fine. So we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here, and instead of before we'll write here after. We'll remove this comma, and now we'll write the code. Now what we have to do is we have to write here content. Content is going to be this. Then we have position as absolute. Then we have left. We will write here left as 0. Then we have top as 0. We have height. So we'll write here height as 1 pixel and width as 100%. Fine, it will take 100% of the width. Then we have background color as white again. So we'll write here this, and we have transition again. So we'll write here transition, and transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease over here. Then we have dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle and span. Fine. Then we'll write here dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle. Then we have to mention it for before and the same thing for after. So we'll write here header. Then we have fixed. Then we have nav toggle. Then we have this thing for after. Fine. So we have to remove the space from here, and now inside this what we have to do is we have to write here background color as black. Then we have to write here dot header dot nav toggle space span. We have to write here before, and after this we have to write here transform, and we'll translate it to -6 pixels. So we'll write here translate it to -6 pixels. Fine. The same thing goes for after. We have to copy this from here, paste it here again. Instead of before, we'll mention after over here. We'll write here after, and after this we'll write here 6 pixel instead of -6. Fine. The next thing we have to mention over here is dot header. Then we have dot nav, and inside this we'll mention padding as 0 space 15 pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the UL tag as well. So we'll write here dot header again, then we'll write here dot nav, and we have the UL tag. So we'll write here UL for the unordered list. List style is going to be none, and we have the margin as 0, and we have padding as 0, and after this we'll write here dot header space dot nav. Inside the UL tag we have to access the list as well, so we'll write the code for that now. We'll write here display as inline block, so we'll write here inline block, and we have the margin left as 30 pixels for the list. Now the next thing we have to mention over here is for the anchor tag present inside the list tag, so we'll write here dot nav space ul space li space a. Now after this we have to write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be none. Then we have font size, so we'll write here font size as 16 pixels, and we have this font weight as 600. We have color as white, so we'll write here this. Then we have padding, and padding is going to be 25 pixels and 0. Fine. Then we have display as block, then we have transition as all 0.5 second, and ease over here. Fine, we'll write here dot header space dot fixed space dot nav ul li a. Then we have color as black, and after this what we have to do is we have to write here dot header dot fixed, and then we have dot nav, we have ul, we have li a, and then we have to write here hover. After this we have to write here dot header dot nav ul li a on hover, so we'll write here hover. We have to remove the space from here as well, so we are done with this. Now after this what we have to do is we have to write here inside this color is going to be this one. So we are done with this part as well. Save the program and let's check back at the web browser if it's working or not. You can see it over here. We are not able to find all these elements for now. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size over here, and you can see we have all the icons present. We have home, about, categories, top rated, and contact. So it's working totally fine as of now. Let's move ahead, and now we'll do the styling part for header section, or we can say for the home section, sorry. So we'll write here home section and we'll comment this out. Fine. Now let's write the code over here. We'll write here home section first. So we'll write here $dot home section, and we have inside this min height. Min height is going to be 100 viewport height. So we'll write here 100 VH. Then we have background image. So we'll write here background image as URL, and we'll mention the URL here. We'll write here ./img. Inside this we have this moviebg.png, and we have the background image now. So we'll write here background size, and we'll write here cover. Then we have background position, so we'll write here background position, so we'll write a background position as center. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write a position as relative. Then we have the z index, so we'll write here z index as 1. Then we have padding, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have home section, we'll write here home section before. Then we'll write here content, so we'll write here content, and content is going to be this again. Then we have position, position is going to be absolute. Then we have box sizing, so we'll write here box sizing, we'll write here now border box. Then we have left as 0, so we have to write here 0, and here we have left as 0. Then we have top, right and bottom as well, so we'll write here top as 0, right as 0, and bottom as 0. Fine. Then we have background color, and background color is going to be black. Then we have opacity, opacity is going to be 0.7. Then we have z index again, so we'll write here z index as -1, and that's it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot home section space dot shape 01. So we have that shape present which is rotating, so we'll write here position as absolute. Then we have height, so we'll write here height as 30 pixels. We have width again as 30 pixels, so we'll write here width as 30 pixels. Then we have border, so we'll write here border as 2 pixels solid and of this particular color. Fine. Now we'll write here right, right is going to be 5%. Then we have top as well, so we'll write here top, top is going to be 20%, so we'll write here top as 20%. And we have the animation, so the animation name is ANI01. We have 5 seconds, we have linear, and we have infinite. Fine. So the next thing we have to style is going to be the home section, and then we have the row class. So we'll write here dot row, we'll write here min height, and min height is going to be 100 viewport height, so we'll write here 100 vh. Then we have dot home section dot home content, so we'll write here home section home content, and we have this thing over here, and we'll write here flex, flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 100%, so we'll write here 100%. Then we have max width is going to be 100%, and then we have text align at the center. Fine. The next thing we have is the heading, so we'll write here home section, so we'll write here home section space home content, so we'll write here home content. Then we'll write here the heading, so h4 is the heading, we'll write here h4, we'll write here font size, and font size is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have the font size is going to be 20 pixels away, not 60. Then we have the color, so color is going to be white, so we'll write here this. Then we have margin, so we'll write here margin is 0. Then we have to style the h2 tag as well, so we'll write here dot home section space dot home content space h2. Then we have the font size, so we'll write here font size, and font size is going to be 60 pixels for this. Then we have margin, so margin we have to write here as 0, and color we also have to mention over here. Color is going to be white again. Then we have text transform. Text transform is going to be uppercase. Then we have font weight, so font weight is going to be 900. Then we have letter spacing, and letter spacing is going to be 10 pixels. Fine. Then we have to write the code for scroll down. If you guys remember those two arrows, so we'll write the code for that as well. So we'll write here home section dot scroll down. Then we have inside this we have position as absolute. Fine. We have left as 50%. Now we have bottom as well, so we have bottom as 30 pixels. Then we have height and width as well, so we'll write here height as 30 pixels and width as 30 pixels. Fine. Then we have margin left as well, so we'll write here margin left as minus 15 pixels, and we have animation again, so we'll write here animation scroll down. Okay, we have to write here scroll down. Then we have 2 seconds, and we have ease, we have infinite. Fine, so we'll write here infinite again. Now we have to define the keyframes as well, so we'll write here keyframes. Then we have scroll down, so we'll write here scroll down. We have to write here 0%, then we have 20, 50, 80 and 100. So we'll write here 20, 50, 80% and 100%. Fine. We have to separate them with commas. We'll write here comma after every number. So we'll write here inside this translate it. Okay, we have to write here transform and translate it to y-axis, and we have to write here 0. Fine. Then we have to write this same thing for 40% and 60%. So we'll write here 40%. For 40% we have to write here transform translate y, and then we have to write here minus 30 pixels, and we have to write here 60%, and inside this we have to write transform translate y, and we have to write here minus 15 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dot home section dot scroll down space img. Then we have to write here width inside this, so the width is going to be 25 pixels. Then we have display is going to be block. Then we have margin, so we'll write here margin is going to be 2 pixels auto. Then we have this for the home section only. So we are done with the home section. Save the program, move back to the website, and you can see it looks more like the original website now. So you can see we have home, about, we have categories, we have top rated and contact over here. You can see this animation for this particular block is also working fine. We have this as well over here, and it's working totally fine. Right. So you can see over here that this animation is working on hovering the mouse over it. So we have to write some code for that as well, but it's not working as of now in the original website of ours. So you can see nothing is happening on hovering the mouse over it. Now what we have to do is, we'll see it later on. We'll see why this part is not working. The next thing we have to mention here is the about section. So we'll write here about section, and we have to write here this. Now we'll access this about section, so we'll write here about section. Then we have inside this as padding. Padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0 space 0. So the next thing we have to do is to write here about section, about image. So we have to add the image over here. So we are basically trying to edit that particular image inside the about section, right? So we'll write here .img, or we can say .about img. So inside this we'll write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 33.33%. Then we have max width, so we'll write here max width as 33.33%. Then we have padding, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels, and we are done with the image. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the image box. So we'll write here about section, about image, then we'll write here img box. Fine, so we'll write here img box. Inside this we'll mention the position as relative. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to copy this piece of code from here, we have to paste it here, then we have to write here shape 02. So basically what we are doing is we are trying to style the second shape. So we'll write here position as absolute, then we have height. So we'll write height as 30 pixels, we will write here width as 30 pixels, then we have border, so we'll write here border as 2 pixels solid, and we'll write here FF9800, then we'll write here left is going to be 30 pixels, then we have top, which is again going to be 30 pixels, and then we have animation is going to be ANI01 5 seconds, and then we have linear and infinite. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Next thing up, we have to write here about section, about img, and then we'll write here img box, then we'll write here img. So we'll write here width is going to be 100%. Then we have display is going to be block, and then we have to write here about section, about content. Fine, we have to write here flex is going to be 66.66%. Then we have max width is going to be 66.66% again. Then we have padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Next thing up, we have to write here about section, section title. So we'll write here margin bottom as 30 pixels, then we have padding as 0, and then we'll write here about section, then we'll write here about content. So we'll write here about content. Then we have to write here P for the paragraph tag. We'll write here font size is 16 pixels. Then we have color, so we'll write here color as it's sort of gray. Then we'll write here line height as 26 pixels, and we have margin. Margin is going to be 0 again. Then we'll write here dot about section, dot about content, dot stats, dot stat box. Fine. Now inside this we'll write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 25%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 25% again. Then we have padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels again. Then we have to align the text at the center. Then we have margin top, so we'll write here margin top as 30 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dot about section, about content, then we have stats, then we have stat box, and we have to mention the heading as well. We'll write your font size as 40 pixels. Then we have color as black. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0, 0 and 5 pixels. So we have to copy this from here now. We have to do the same thing for H5 heading text. So we'll write here H5 instead of H2. So we'll write here font size. So font size is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have color. Color is going to be gray. Then we have font weight. Font weight is going to be 600. Then we have text transform. So we'll write here text transform, and text transform is going to be uppercase for this particular heading. Then we have to style the button as well. So we'll write here dot about section, about content, then we have dot btn. So now inside this we have to write here margin top. Margin top is going to be 30 pixels for this particular button. Save the program because we are done with the about section. Save the program now, move back to the browser, and you can see the about us section over here. So there's something wrong with this particular section. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll see what's wrong over here. So nothing seems to be wrong over here inside the CSS file. Let's check back at the index file, and here you can see we have to write a about img. Save this HTML file, save the CSS file as well, move back to the browser, and you can see it looks fine now. The about us section looks exactly like this particular section. So we are done with the about us section as well. Now moving further, we have to style the service section now. The service section means this particular section in the HTML file is related to the categories section. So we have to style this particular section now. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here categories, comment this out, and now we'll write the code for categories. We have used the class for categories as service section. So first of all, we'll write here dot service section, and now we'll write code inside this. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0. Fine. We are done with this. Now the next thing we have to write here is for the service item, or we can say for the category item. So we'll write here service section, then we'll put a space and we'll write here dot service item. So inside this we'll write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 33.33%. Then we have after flex, we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 33.33% again. And then we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels. And after this, we have to mention the inner class as well. So we'll write here service section space service item dash inner. Fine, this is another class. So we'll write here position. Position is going to be relative, and then we have overflow as well. So we'll write here overflow. Overflow is going to be hidden, and that's it. The next thing we have to write here is service section. So we'll write here service section space service item inner space img. We are going to style the image as well. So we'll write here img. Width is going to be 100%. And then we have display as well. So we'll write here display as block. Then we have filter. So we'll write here filter as grayscale. Then we have passed the value for grayscale as 100%. And we have transition. So we'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 second, and it's going to be ease. Fine. And then we have service section. So we have to mention that we are so what we are doing is we are going to mention the hover thing over here. So if we hover mouse scale over any category or over any image, so what we want is we want to change that image to gray. So we'll write the code for that. We'll write a service section dot service item inner. Then we'll write here hover, and we'll hover over image. So we'll write a img. We'll write a filter as grayscale. We have to pass the value as 0 over here. Then we have transform. So we'll write here transform. We'll write here scale, and we are going to pass the value as 1.1. Fine. Then we have service section, service item inner, and we have overlay as well. So we'll write here overlay. For the overlay class we have used in the HTML part. So inside here we'll write position as absolute, and we have to mention left over here. So we'll write here left as 0. And then we have top as well. We'll write top as 0. Then we have height. So height is going to be 100%. So we'll write here 100%. Then we have width, which is again going to be 100%. Now we are done with height and width. We have to mention the background color as well. So we'll write here background color as RGBA. So we are going to pass the RGBA values. RGBA value is 0, 0, 0, 6. So it's 0.6 over here. It's sort of black in color. Then we have display as flex, and we have to align these items at the center. After this we have to justify content. So we'll write here justify content at the center. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll write service section space service item inner. Then we'll write here hover, and we are going to write here dot overlay. Fine. Now we'll write the code inside curly braces. We'll write here background color as transparent. So we'll write here background color as transparent. We are done with this part. Next up we'll write here dot service section space service item inner. Then we have to write here dot overlay. We are going to use the overlay class present inside service item inner, and that service item inner class is present inside service section. So we'll write here h3 for heading 3. Then we have to write here color. Color is going to be white. Then we have font size. So we'll write here font size as 30 pixels. And then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0. Then we have text align. So we'll align this text at the center. And then we have transition. So we'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Then we have to transform the text. We'll write here text transform and we'll write here capitalize. Next up, we'll write here service section space service item inner, and then we have overlay. So we'll write here overlay, and this time we are going to write it for H4 heading. So we'll write here H4, and we have to write here translate. So we'll write here translate. Okay, we have to write here transform actually. So we'll write here transform, and inside this we have to translate it to axis, and we'll write here 30 pixels. Fine. Next up, what we have to do is we have to mention the opacity as well. So we'll write here opacity as 0. Fine. So we are done with this categories as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see our categories. So the hovering effect is still not working over here. We'll see why this is not working. So let's do one thing. What we'll do is we'll remove the space before hover over here. We'll do the same for this hover as well. And if we have any hover effect again, we'll do it for that. So save it now, move back to the website, and you can see it's working now. So it's working totally fine. If we move back to our original website, you can see we have all these images over here inside the categories section. So it's working totally fine in our website now. Now the next section we have to style is the top rated movies section. So here are our top rated movies. So we have to style this section now. What we'll do is we'll write here after this. We'll write here in comments, we'll write here top rated. Now we'll write the code for top rated section. So the class is work section. So we'll write here dot work section, and now we have to write the code for this. We'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0 and 0. Fine. Now we have to write here dot work section space dot work item. So we'll write here dot work item as well, and then we'll write the code inside curly braces. We'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 33.33%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 33.33% again. And now we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding as 15 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to mention over here is we'll write here work section space work item. So we'll write here work item inner now. So we'll write here work item inner. Then we have to style the images. So we'll write here img. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 100%. Then we have display. Display is going to be block. So we'll write here display as block. Then we have transform. Transform is going to be scale, and the value is going to be 1.1. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Then we have dot work section. We'll write here dot work item inner. So after this we'll write here hover, and on hovering over the image we have to style it. So we'll write here filter. Filter is going to be grayscale again. So we'll write here grayscale. The value is going to be 100. We'll write here transform, and transform, what we are going to write here is scale as 1. Fine. Now after this what we have to do is we have to write here dot work section space work item inner, and now what we have to do is we have to write inside it position. Position is going to be relative. Then we have cursor. Cursor is going to be okay. Then we have cursor. Cursor is going to be pointer, and overflow as well. So we are going to write here overflow as hidden. Fine. The next thing we have to write here is dot work section. Inside the work section class we have this work item inner class, and we have to write the code for overlay class as well. So we'll write here overlay, then we'll write here position as absolute, and left is going to be 0, so we'll write here left as 0. Then we have top as 0, so we'll write it top as 0. Height is going to be 100%. Then we have width as well, so we'll write here width as 100%. Then we have padding, so padding is going to be 15 pixels again, so we'll write here 15 pixels. Display is going to be flex, and then we have align items, so we'll write here align items at the flex end. Then we have transition, so we'll write a transition as all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Then after transition we have the background color, so we'll write here background color, and the background color is going to be 0,0,0,0.6. Fine. Then we have the opacity, so we'll write here opacity, and opacity is going to be 0 again. We are done with this section as well. Then we'll write here dot work section, then we have dot work item inner, then we have hover, so we'll write here hover, and what we are going to do is we are going to write here overlay. So on hovering the overlay section, what we want is we want the opacity to change to 1, so we'll write here opacity as 1. Then we'll write here dot work section again, then we have dot work item inner, and we'll write here dot overlay. Now we are writing the code for headings, so we'll write here h4 now. Inside this we are going to define the color as white. Then we have font size, so font size is going to be 20 pixels for this, and then we have margin, so margin is going to be 0 again. Then we have transform, so we'll write here transform, and we'll write here translate x. So inside translate x we have to write here 30 pixels. Then we have to mention the transition again, so we'll write here transition all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now we are good to go. The next thing we have to write here is the work section. So the work section is here. Then we have to write here work item inner. Then we have to write here hover, and after hover we have to write the code for overlay. Inside overlay we have to write the code for h4 heading. Fine. So we have to write here transform translate x to 0, and we are done with the work section as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see we have all the top rated movies working totally fine. We have all these movies over here. The hover effect is working fine. Click on any and it's not responsive as of now because we need to go to the jQuery part for that. So we'll do it later on. Now let's style the light box first now. So we'll write here light box, and we'll write here dot light box. So we'll write here dot light box. Then we have to write here position. Position is going to be fixed, and after position we have to mention the z index. Z index is going to be 1099, and then we have left. Left is going to be 0 again. Then we have top as well. Top is going to be 0. Then we have right as well. Right is going to be 0 again, and we have bottom as 0. Fine. we have to mention the background color. Background color is going to be a little bit darker, so we'll write here RGBA. Instead of 0.6 we'll write here 0.7. Fine. Then we have to mention the display as flex over here, and we have to align the items at the center. So we'll write here align items at the center, justify content at the center. Then we have cursor, so we'll write here cursor. We have to write here zoom out, and then we have display. Display is going to be none. Then we have dot light box dot open, so we'll write here the code. When the light box will open, we'll write here display as flex, and after this we have to write the code for images present inside the light box. So we'll write here light box, and then we have to write here light box img. So we'll write here light box dot img, and then we have, okay, so we have to put a dash over here. Now inside this we'll write display as flex, and then we have width. Width is going to be auto. Then we have height. Height again is going to be auto according to the height of the image we have, so we'll write here height as auto. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%, and we have padding as well. We'll write here padding as 40 pixels and 0. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here dot light box dot image box. So we'll write here dot image box. Then we have to write here position as relative and cursor as auto. Fine. So we'll write here auto. Now we are moving ahead, and we'll write here light box. So we'll write here light box dot light box close. We have to write here, so we'll write here light box close. Okay, so let's check it once. If we have to write here light box open. Now we have to write here light box close. So inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 30 pixels again, and after this we have the display as block. Now the next thing we have is the position as absolute. So we'll write a position as absolute. Right is going to be 0 again. Then we have top as 10 pixels. After top we have the font size. So we'll write here font size as 30 pixels, and we have the color as white. So we'll write here hash FFF 6 times. So we'll write here text align at the center, and we have line height. So we'll write here line height as 26 pixels, and after this we have to write here cursor as zoom out. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention here is light box caption. So we'll use the light box caption class. So we'll write here light box caption. Now we'll write inside here color is going to be white again. Then we have the font size. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels, and we have font weight as 600. So we'll write here font weight as 600. Then we have position as absolute, and after this we have left as 0. So we'll write here left as 0. Then we have bottom as 10 pixels. So we have the bottom as 10 pixels, and we have the display as flex. Then we have justify content. We'll justify content as space between. Fine. So we'll write here space between. Then we have the width as 100%. Fine. Now we'll write here dot light box caption, and we'll write here dot light box category. So we'll write here category, and now inside this we'll write padding right. Padding right is going to be 50 pixels. So after this, what we have to do is we have to write the code for previous and next. So we'll write here dot lightbox, then we'll write here dot lightbox controls. So we'll write here lightbox controls, then we'll write here dot priv. So this is another class. We'll copy it, we'll paste it again. Instead of priv, we'll write here after, and we'll remove this comma. So not after, we have the class name is next over here. We'll write here next. Position is going to be absolute. Then we have height. Height is going to be calc. So we are calling a function over here 100% minus 80 pixels. Fine. So we'll write here 100% minus 80 pixels. Then we have top as 40 pixels, and we have cursor as pointer. Then we have display as flex, and after display we have to align items at the center. We are good with it. We'll write here lightbox dot lightbox controls. So we'll write here controls, then we'll use the priv class again. Now we'll write here left. Left is going to be 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 50%. Then we have to justify content as flex start. Now after this we have to write the code for next as well. So we'll write here dot lightbox space dot lightbox controls. Then we have to write here next. Dot next we have to write here actually. Then we'll write the code inside curly braces for next. We'll write here right. Right is going to be 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 50% again. And after width we have to justify the content as flex end. We have the padding over here. Padding is going to be for padding right. So we'll write here padding right as 5 pixels. Fine. Next up, we have to set the controls again for previous image and for next image. So we'll write here dot lightbox controls. Then we have dot priv. So we'll write here hover on priv. We'll write here img, comma. We'll write the same piece of code for next as well. Now instead of priv, we'll write here next. And we'll remove this comma from here. We'll put curly braces. We'll write here background color. Background color is RGBA, and instead of 0.6 we have 0.5 over here. And I think we are good to go, but we forgot to mention over here some more controls. So we'll write here dot lightbox space dot lightbox controls. Then we'll write here dot priv. Then we'll write here img. Fine. We'll put a comma. We'll copy this from here. We'll paste it here. And now what we'll do is instead of dot priv, we'll write here dot next again. And we'll remove this comma off from here, and we'll put curly braces over here. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have height. Height is going to be 30 pixels again. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 5 pixel. And we have to mention the border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius is 2 pixels. And we have to write here transition. So transition is going to be all 0.5 seconds. Fine. So we are done with the lightbox as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see the lightbox isn't available at the moment because we have to write the jQuery part for that. So for now it looks fine. Now the next section we have to work on is the contact section. So we'll write here contact, and Now we'll write the code for contact section. Now for contact section, we'll first access the contact section class. So we'll write here contact section, and what we'll do is we'll write here padding. So padding is going to be 80 pixels, and we'll write here 80, 0 and 80 pixels again. Fine. Then after this, what we'll do is we'll write here the code for contact section image. So we'll write here dot contact section dot contact img. Now we'll write here flex. So flex is going to be 0,0 space 100%. Then after flex we have the max width. So max width is going to be 100% again. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. We are done with the image part as well. Next thing up, we'll write here dot contact section dot contact image. Then we'll write here dot img box. So we are writing the code for image box. Now we'll add the image for contact us page inside this particular box. So what we'll do is we'll write here padding as 200 pixels and 0. Fine. Next up, we'll write here background image. Background image, we have to provide the URL. URL is, we have to write here dot dot. Then we have to access the images folder. So we'll write here images. Then after images, we have this contact.png over here. So we'll click on it, and here we have the contact image. Now we'll write over here background size. Background size is going to be cover. So we'll write here background size is cover. Then we have the background position. Background position is at the center. So we are done with adding the image. Now we'll write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot section title. Now we have to write here text align. So we'll write here text align at the center. So we have to write here center. Now after this, we have to style the h1 tag. So we'll write here dot contact section space section title space h1. So we'll write inside here color as white. So we'll write here this. And then we have to write here contact section. So we have to write here contact section space dot section title. Then we have to write here h1 before. Now after this, we have to write here inside background color is going to be white. And then we have left as 50%. So we'll write here left as 50%. And after left, we have the margin left as -40. So we'll write here margin left as -40 pixels. And now we'll write the code for contact form. So we'll write here contact section space dot contact form. So we'll write here contact form. Now we'll write inside it flex as 0 space 0 space 100%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 100%. And we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding as 0 pixel and 65 pixels. Now we'll write the code for form tag. So we'll write here dot contact section space dot contact form space dot form. Fine. So we'll write here background color is going to be hash f3, f2 and f1. Then we have the padding over here. We'll write here padding as 55 pixels and 40 pixels. Fine. Now we'll write here margin top. So we'll write here margin top as -150 pixels. And we are done with this part as well. So next up, we'll write the code for labels. So we'll write here dot contact section, then we have dot contact form, then we have dot form. Now we have to style the label tag, so we'll write here label, and inside this we'll write color. Color is going to be black. Then we have font weight, so we'll write here font weight as 500. Now the display is going to be block, and the margin is going to be 0, 0 and 5 pixels. Fine. Next up, we'll write here dot contact section, then we'll write here dot contact form, then we'll write here dot form, and after this we'll write here dot input group. So we'll write here input group, and inside this we have to write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 100%. Then we have max width, so max width is going to be 100%. And we have padding as well, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels. And then we have to mention the margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have dot contact section dot contact form space dot form dot input group. Then we have to write here left. Fine. We'll put a comma over here. We'll do the same thing for right group as well. So we'll paste it over here. Now we'll write here right instead of left. Now we'll put curly braces, and inside here we'll write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 50%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 50%. Now we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form, and then we have dot form. Then we have input control, so we'll write here input control. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 100%. And after width we have the height over here, so we'll write here height as 45 pixels. We have padding over here. We'll write here padding as 6 pixels space 0 pixels. Then we have color is going to be black. Then we have the font size, so font size is going to be 16 pixels. And we have background color as transparent, so we'll write here background color as transparent. Then we have border as none, and we have border bottom as well, so we'll write here border bottom as 1 pixels solid, and the color is going to be hash off-white kind of. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form dot input control. Then we have to write here focus. We have to write here outline. Outline is going to be none. Then we have to write here again, so we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form. Then we have to write here form space form button. So we are writing the code from font. So we are writing the code for form button now. So we'll write here form button, and we have to align the text at the center for this. Fine. Next up, we have to write the code for contact info. So we'll write here contact section dot contact info. Now we have to write the code for this. We'll write your flex as 0, 0 and 100%. Fine. We'll write max width over here. So max width is going to be 100%. Then we have dot contact section and we have contact info. So we'll write your contact info. Then we have info item. Fine. So we'll write your info item. And now inside curly braces we have to write here flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 33.33%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 33.33% again. Then we have to write here text align. Text align at the center. Then we have to write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 40 pixels. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact info. Then we'll write here dot info item and we have to write here h5. Fine. We'll write here font size is 16 pixels. We have to write here font weight. Font weight is going to be 600. Then we have to write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 again. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot contact section. We have to write here dot social links. So we'll write here dot social links. We have to mention flex over here as well. We'll write here flex as 0, 0 and 100%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have text align. Text align at the center. Now we'll write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot social links. Then we have to write here A and img. Fine. So we are basically accessing the anchor tag first. So we'll access the anchor tag first, then we'll access the img tag. So we'll write here A for now. We'll write here text decoration. So we'll write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be none. Display is going to be inline block. So we'll write here inline block. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0 pixel and 5 pixels. Fine. Then we have to write here dot contact section dot social links space A space img. Now we are accessing the image present inside the anchor tag. We'll write here width as 28 pixels. Reducing the size of our images, we'll write here display as block. So we'll write here display as block. We'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now we have to write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot social links. Then we have to write here A on hovering over the image basically. So we'll write here hover img. And we'll change the opacity now. We'll write here opacity as 0.5. And we are done with this contact section as well. Now we are left with the copyright section and the responsiveness of a website. So let's check it once, save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see it looks fine now, right? So the contact us thing is working fine. Now if we move back to the actual website, you can see the image is not present over here properly. So the image is not over here. What we have to do is we have to move back and we have to check what mistake we did over here. So nothing seems to be wrong here, but there's a mistake in our program. Let's move back to the HTML part and we'll see. Okay, we have mentioned the class name wrong here. So we have to write a contact img, save the program now, save the CSS file as well once again. Move back here and you can see it's working fine now. So this is our website. The contact us is working totally fine. We have 3 placeholders over here. We have a text area basically for message. We have a name, email and phone number. So these icons are also working fine. On hovering over them, you can see them working. The address, phone and email is also fine. Now we have to work on this footer part. We have to work on this 2022 Movie Mania copyright part. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here dot copyright and we'll write the code for copyright as well. We'll write here border top. So border top is going to be 1 pixel, solid, and of this color. We'll write here C5, C5, C5. Fine, gray color sort of. Then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixels and 15 pixels. Then we have text align at the center. We'll write here text align at the center. And we have color as well. Color is going to be black or gray, right? Gray it is. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels again. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see it's working fine now. You can see it over here. The copyright area is working fine now. So we are done with the website basically. Now the only thing left here is for the responsiveness. Now the only thing left here is the responsiveness of our website. So we have to write the code for that as well. So we'll mention it over here first. We'll write here responsiveness and we'll comment it out. Now we'll start with @media, then we'll define the width. So we'll write here min width. Min width is 768 pixels. So we'll write here 768 pixels. And now we have to write here dot header dot nav, and we have to write here inside this display. Display is going to be block. Important, we have to mention it over here. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write after this @media, and the min width is going to be 767 pixels. We have to write here dot header, then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 7 pixels and 0. Then we'll write here position. Position is going to be fixed. Then we'll write here dot header dot nav toggle, and we'll write here display. Display is going to be flex. We'll write here margin right. Margin right is going to be 15 pixels. Now we have to write here after this dot header dot nav. Now inside this we have to write flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. We are done with flex. We have to write here max width. Max width is going to be 100%. Then we have background color. Background color is going to be white. So we'll write here this. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding as 0. And then we have display as none. And then we'll write here dot header again. Then we'll write here dot fixed. Then we'll write here dot nav. Fine. Now we'll define the border top. So we'll write here border top as 1 pixel, solid in nature and of this color, gray color basically, right? Then we have dot header. We have to write the code for ul and li now. So we'll write here dot header dot nav, then we'll write here ul li, and now we'll style them. So we'll write here display. Display is going to be block. Then we'll write here margin right. So we'll write here margin right. Margin right is going to be 25 pixels. And we have to mention here dot header space dot fixed space dot nav. Then we have ul li a. Then we'll put a comma and we'll write here dot header. Then we'll write here dot nav ul li and a. Now inside here we'll write color. So we'll write here color, and color is going to be black. Then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels and 0. So we are done with this as well. Now we have to style the home section for this particular screen size. So we'll write here dot home section, and we'll write here dot home content. Then we have to write here h1. Heading is going to change. The font size is going to change to 40 pixels now. Then we have to do the same thing for about section. So we'll write here about section. Then we'll write here about image. Image is also going to change. We'll write here margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have to write here about section dot about content. Then we'll put a comma. We'll write here dot about section again. Then we'll write here dot about img. So we'll write here about img. We have to mention flex over here. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. Then we have the max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And after this we have to write here dot work section. So we'll write here work section. Then we'll write here dot work item. We'll do the same for service section and service item as well. We'll write here service section dot service item, and we'll change the flex over here. We'll write here flex, and we'll write here 0, 0 and 50%. Fine. We'll change the width as well. We'll write here max width, and the max width is going to be 50% now. And we are good to go with that. Now we have to do the same thing for 575 pixels as well. So we'll do it for 575. We'll write here @media, and we'll write here inside this max width. Max width is going to be 575 pixels, and we'll put curly braces over here. We'll write here dot home section. Then we have dot home content. So we'll write here home content. Then we have the h1 tag. So we'll write here h1. We'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. And then we have letter spacing. So we'll write here letter spacing as 5 pixels. Then we have the about section. So we'll write here about section space about content space stats. Then we have stat box as well. So we'll write here stats and stat box both. We'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 50%. Then we have to write here max width. Max width is going to be 50%. And after this we have to do the same thing for contact section, work section and service section. So basically for contact section, categories and top rated movies. So we'll write here contact section. Then we'll write here contact info. Then we'll write here info item. Now after a comma, we'll write here dot contact section again. Then we'll access dot contact form. Then we'll access dot form. Then we'll access input group left. Fine, we'll write here input group left, and we'll do the same thing for right input group as well. So we'll write here input group right. Then we'll write here dot work section, and we'll write here dot work item. Then we have to do the same thing for service section as well. We'll write here dot service section dot service item. Now we'll write inside curly braces. We'll define the flex over here. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. And max width as well. Max width is going to be 100% again. Then we have contact section again. We'll use contact form from here, and we'll define the padding for this part. We'll write here padding as 0 pixels and 35 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form. And then we'll write here dot form, and we'll define the padding for this one as well. Padding is going to be 55 pixels and 5 pixels for this one. Now we are done with this. Styling of the website is done now. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see the styling is almost done. There's something which is not correct over here. So it's not working correctly as of now. We'll see what wrong we did over here. There's nothing wrong over here. So let's save it once again and we'll see if this thing works again or not. Move back to the website. So the website is doing good over here. And reduce the size, and it's working fine now. You can see we have this website and it's working totally fine as of now. So we are done with styling our website. That's all what we need to do with styling. Now the last remaining thing here is to add responsiveness to this website. That we'll do with the help of jQuery and jQuery UI. You can see the website seems beautiful as of now, and let's do the remaining part quickly as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript file. So this is a JavaScript file, and we'll write the remaining code here only. So here we are in the JavaScript file. Before we move on further, let's discuss all things we need to do on our website to make it look more interactive to the user. The first thing we need to do is to add the preloader to our website. A small animation will take place before the website opens. The next thing we have to do is to make the web page workable for smaller windows. Here, if I show you this thing in the website itself, if we move back to the original website, you can see on zooming out the Chrome browser, you can see the website adjusts itself according to the size of the browser. The navigation menu is changed to burger menu, and the layout of the whole website is changed accordingly. Some more changes we need to make are related to fixed header, smooth scrolling to all the links, light box, and the dialog box on button click. That's all we'll do for this particular website. Let's start the code for the preloader. So what we'll do is we'll write here let index is equals to 0, and we'll write here const total work items. Fine. So we'll write here total work items and we'll access them. So we'll write here dollar. We'll write here the class name. So the class name is work item. So we'll write here work item dot length. Fine. We'll need this part of code later on. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dollar. Then we'll write here window dot on. We are going to use the load event. So we'll write here load comma function. So we'll create a function. Now inside this function, what we'll do is inside the body of this function, we'll write dollar. We'll access the preloader class. So we'll write here dot preloader Then we'll write here add class. So we'll add a class over here. We'll add classes loaded. We have already written the CSS part for this loaded class. Now we are done with this part. Save the program and we'll open this website with live server again, and you can see the preloader is not here as of now. We'll move back to the CSS part. We have commented it out so that it will be easy for us to work on the other CSS parts. So we'll remove this comment from here. We'll paste it here. Fine. Save the program now. Save the JS file as well. So here you can see we have the preloader over here. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to write the code for nav toggle. So we'll write here $. Again we'll write here document. Then we'll use the ready function. So we'll write here ready. Then we'll write here function. So what we'll do is we'll keep all this code inside document.ready function. So we'll paste it over here first. Save it now. Let's see if this thing works or not. So here you can see the preloader is, we are getting it again and again. So it's not stopping as of now. What we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript file and we'll write the code again here. Now what we'll do here is we'll write here the code for nav toggle. So we'll write here $. Then we are going to access the nav toggle class. We'll write here nav toggle. Then we'll write here click. Then we'll write here function. And inside the body of this function we'll write $. We'll write dot header space dot nav. We are going to access two different classes. Then we'll write here slide toggle. Fine. So we'll use the slide toggle function from jQuery. Then after this what we'll do is we'll write here $. Then we'll again access these two classes along with the anchor tag. So we'll write here dot header. Then we have dot nav. Then we'll access the anchor tag as well. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this. We'll write here function. And now what we'll do is we'll write here if. We'll write here $. Then we'll write inside this window dot width. And if the width is going to be less than 768, what will happen is the header and the navigation bar will toggle. They will slide toggle again. So we'll write here dot header dot nav. Then we'll write here dot slide toggle again. We'll call the slide toggle method once again here. So we are done with this part. Save the program. For now what we'll do is we'll save the CSS file and the index file as well. We'll access this with live server again, and here we are in the website. Reduce the size and you can see the slide toggle method is working totally fine. We have about, we have this categories section over here, we have top rated, and we have contact. So each section is working according to our need. So the website is working totally fine as of now. The next thing we have to write here inside a JavaScript file is for the fixed header. So what we'll do is we'll write a comment over here. We'll write fixed header because we are going to write the code for fixed header now. So we'll write here $. Then we'll use the whole window. Then we'll write here scroll. We'll create a function over here. Now inside this function, inside the body of this function, basically what we'll do is we'll write a if $. Then we'll use this dot scroll top. So we have to write a scroll top, and this is a method. So we'll write here if scroll top is greater than 100. What will happen is we'll write here $. Then we'll again access the header. So we'll write here header, and we'll write here add class. So we are going to add the fixed class over here. We'll write here fixed, and we'll write the code for else part as well. Fine. So we'll write here else. What happened inside the else block is going to be dollar. Then we have to write here inside this dot header. Then we have to write here dot remove class, and we have to remove the fixed class. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. We are done with the fixed header part. Move back to the website, and you can see the header is fixed now. So you can see the header is over here in all the pages. So it's working totally fine as of now. Now let's move ahead, and now we'll write the code for smooth scrolling to all the links. Fine. So we'll write here dollar. We'll access the anchor tag. So we'll write here A inside double inverted commas. Then we'll write here on. We are going to use the click event. We'll write here click. We'll create a function again. We'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to make sure that this dot hash has a value before overriding default behavior. So if we write here if, then we have to write here this dot hash not equals to and we have to put a space over here. Then inside this we have to prevent the default anchor click behavior. We'll write here event dot prevent default. So this is a predefined function. Now what we'll do is we'll store the value of hash inside a variable. So let's say we are using the var hash. Now we'll write here is equals to this dot hash. Now we have the hash variable present inside hash. So we have the value of hash basically present inside the hash variable. Now we'll use jQuery's animate method to add smooth page scroll. So the optional number, which is 800, it specifies the number of milliseconds it takes to scroll to the specified area. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here dollar. We'll write here HTML comma body. So we are going to use these two tags. Then we'll write here animate. So inside this animate function, what we have to do is we have to define the properties as well. So we'll write here scroll top. Scroll top is going to be dollar. Then we have to access hash over here. Then we'll write here offset. We have to call this offset method. We'll write here dot top. Fine. Now we have to pass the timer as well. So we'll write here 800 in milliseconds, and we have to create another function over here inside this function. Now inside this function, we'll use hash to URL when done scrolling. So default click behavior basically. So we'll write here window dot location dot hash. Fine, is equals to hash. Okay, so we have to write here function. So the spelling mistake we have over here. So we are done with this. The if statement ends over here. Now what we have to do next is we have to set lightbox image max height. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here, we'll take a constant, we'll write here const w height. So let's say this is a variable, we'll write here dollar. Then we'll access the whole window. We'll write here dot window, then we'll write here dot height, and we'll call this method. Then we'll write here dollar. We'll access the lightbox image class. So we'll write here dot lightbox image. So we'll write here lightbox dot image. We'll use the CSS property. So we'll write here dot CSS. Then we'll write here max height. So we'll write here max height, and we'll write here w height plus pixels. Fine. So we'll write here pixels inside double inverted commas. Now we have to do this for lightbox as well. So we'll write here after this dollar again. We'll write here dot work item. So basically we are taking the top rated movies, the inner part from them. So we'll write here dot inner. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this. So we'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here index. Index is going to be dollar this dot parent, and inside here we'll mention the work item class. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll write here dot index, and in the next line we'll write here dollar lightbox again. So we'll write here dollar dot lightbox. Then we'll write here dot add class. So we'll add the open class over here. So we'll write here dot open, and we have to call a method now. So we'll write here dollar slidebox slideshow, and we are good to go with it. In the next line, what we have to do is we have to write the code for previous and next buttons. So we'll write here dollar. We are going to access the lightbox prev class. So we'll write here dot lightbox dot prev. Then we'll write here dot click. On clicking the button, what we have to do is we have to call a function. We'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write here if index is equals to 0. Then what will happen is we'll write here index is equals to total work items minus 1. So we'll write here total work items minus 1. So we have taken this variable initially. If you can see here, the initial value of this items was the length of the work items. So we'll mention it over here. Now we have to mention the else part as well. We'll write here else, and inside this we'll write index minus minus. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to call the lightbox slideshow method again, and we are done with the previous part. Now we have to do the same thing for the next part. So we'll write here dollar dot lightbox, and then we'll access the next class. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll call a function. We'll create this function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write if index is equals to total work items minus 1. Then index is going to be 0, and we'll write the else part as well. We'll write here else, and inside else we'll increase the value of index. We'll write here index plus plus, and once again we are going to call this lightbox slideshow method over here. Fine. Now we are done with these two parts. What we have to do is we have to close the lightbox as well. So we are going to write the code for that now. We'll write here dollar. We'll write here lightbox. Then we'll use the lightbox close class over here. We'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this, and inside here we'll write dollar. we are going to remove this class. Basically we are going to remove this open class. So we'll write here dot lightbox dot remove class. Which class we are going to remove is the open class. Fine. So what we want to do next is we want to close the light box when clicked outside of the image box as well. So we'll write the code for that part as well. We'll write here $, then we'll write here light box, we'll write here dot click, we'll write here function. We are going to create an event now, so we'll write here event. Now inside the body of this function we'll write if $event dot target dot has class lightbox. So we'll write here dot lightbox. We have to create the body, so we'll write here $this dot remove class. We are again going to remove the class as open. So we are done with this as well. Now the next part is to create the function lightbox slideshow. Fine. So for that we'll write here function lightbox slideshow. This is going to be a function and we are going to create it. We'll write here const img src is equals to $. We'll write here dot work item. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll write here dot eq index. So basically we are taking the index, we are going to find the image. We'll write here dot find. We'll write img inside this and then we'll write attribute over here. So we'll write attribute. Attribute is data large. Fine. So we'll write here data large. And then we have to take another constant. So we'll write here const category. Category is going to be $. Then we have to access the work item class again. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll do the same thing again. We'll write here dot eq index. Then we'll write here dot find. Now inside find we have to mention h4 over here. Then we have to write HTML. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here $. Then we have to write here dot lightbox img dot attribute. So we'll write here dot attr. Then we are going to write here src comma image source. So we'll write here img src now. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here $. We are again going to access the lightbox category. So we'll write here lightbox category. Then we'll write here dot html category. And after this we have to write here $. Dot lightbox counter. Fine. We'll write here dot html. Now inside this we'll write here total work items plus, and we are going to write here plus index plus 1. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. We are done with the lightbox part. Now the last thing remaining is the dialog box on button click. So let's check it out if this thing is working or not. Save the program, move back to the website, click on any movie, and you can see the top rated movie section is working fine. The lightbox is working fine basically. Click on out of it and you can see it's working fine. click on the image, you can see the image changing. Click on the cross over here, you can see the light box closing. It's working totally fine. One thing which is not working over here is on clicking outside of this image, the light box is not closing. So what we have to do is we have to remove this dot from here, save it now, move back to the website, click on an image, click outside the image, and you can see it's working totally fine now. Fine, we are done with the light box. Now the last thing remaining is the dialog box. Fine, so let's write the code for dialog box as well. We'll write here after this $. So we have to access the button, so the button ID is button. Then we'll write here dot click. We are going to create a function. We are going to use jQuery UI for this. You can add more interactions, or we can say more widgets to this, but for now we are going to use the dialog box widget. So we are going to write here $. Then we are going to write here hash dialog, and then we'll write here dot dialog. We'll pass open over here, then that's it. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to write here $. Then we are going to access the dialog box again. We are going to write here dot dialog again. So we are going to write here dot dialog. Now we have to define the properties of this dialog box widget. So we are going to write here title. Title is going to be thank you for contacting. Then we have close on escape property. So we'll write here close on escape. We'll write here false for close on escape. Then we have model as well. So we'll write here model as true. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll set the auto open property to false for now. We'll write here auto open, and we'll write here false. Fine. So here we are done with the website. Save the program and let's do one thing. Let's open this whole thing again with live server, and we'll see if our website is working. So you can see the preloader thing is working now. Fine. And we have this about us section. We have the categories section for our movies. It's all working totally fine. Then we have the top rated movies over here. It's working fine as well. Then we have the contact us section over here. We'll write a name over here again. We'll write here Kaushal. Email is going to be kaushal@gmail.com. Then we'll write some message over here. We'll write thank you, send message, and you can see it says thank you for contacting. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. So this thing is also working fine. The title is thank you for contacting. If we try to click on any of these placeholders now, you can see we are not able to do it because of the model property. So the website is working totally fine. All the icons and everything is working fine. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see the burger menu as well. It's working fine as well. And it looks good, right? So I hope you guys understood what we learned in today's tutorial. I want you guys to add some more functionality to this website on your own using jQuery and jQuery UI. What you guys can do is you guys can add widgets, interactions, theme customizations, and many more things, right? Let us know in the comments if you have any questions.
And with that, we have come to the end of this tutorial. If you guys feel that we have missed out on some important topics that we were supposed to cover in this tutorial, then please feel free to drop them down in the comment section below, and we'll have your questions answered. If you guys like this video, then do give it a thumbs up. Please comment your doubts below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe SimpliCode. Thank you.